Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, as most of you know, last week Jack Benny visited the Ronald Colmans, and he persuaded Ronnie to lend him his Academy Award Oscar. As Jack left the Colman house, the following incident happened.
Gee, it was awfully nice of Ronnie to let me take his Oscar home so I could show it to Rochester. Sure is dark tonight. No moon. Oh, well. Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, dum-dee-da-da-dum.
Hey, Bud.
Huh?
You got a match?
Yes, I have one right here.
Don't make a move. This is a stick-up.
Mister, put down that gun.
Shut up. I said this is a stick-up. Now, come on. Your money or your life. Look, Bud. I said your money or your life.
I'm thinking it over. Now, look, mister.
Come on, give me your wallet or I'll let you have it.
All right, mister. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Here's my wallet.
Good. And I'll take that package you're carrying, too.
This package, but it isn't mine. It belongs to Ronald Colman. He won it.
Pipe down and give it to me or I'll drill you.
All right. Don't drill me. Here it is.
Now, lay down on the sidewalk and count to 100.
Yes, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's what happened Sunday night. As we look in on Jack now, it's the following morning.
Mary, I've thought of a million different things. I don't know what to do.
Oh, Jack, stop pacing the floor and sit down. You're making a nervous wreck of yourself.
He was like that all night, Miss Livingston. Never slept a wink.
So what am I going to do? How can I ever explain this to Ronnie?
Jack, you've got to control yourself or you'll have a breakdown. Now, why don't you have some breakfast?
No, Mary, I couldn't eat a thing. I don't care if I never eat again.
He hasn't been this upset since Tita Barra got married.
I'm at my wit's end. I can't tell Ronnie his Oscar was stolen and never speak to me again. I can't tell the police about the holdup because then it'll get in the papers. I don't know. What in the world can I do?
Why don't you kill yourself?
Say, that's not a... Oh, stop. I'm not in the mood for jokes. There must be some way I can get that Oscar back.
Well, why don't you put an ad in the Beverly Hills paper and offer a reward?
No, Mary, a reward would just be a waste of time. Who'd return it for what I'd offer?
Mr. Benny, if it'll get you out of this mess, why don't you make the reward substantial? Give $1,000. Well, we're back to killing yourself.
Yeah, there must be some other way out. It seems impossible that I should be held up right in front of my own house.
You know, you still haven't told me what happened. I don't know any of the details yet.
You don't? Well, Mary, this is exactly what happened. As I was leaving Ronnie's house, he loaned me his Oscar so I could show it to Rochester. I was walking home carrying the Oscar under my arm when a sinister-looking man stepped out of that hedge.
Hey, Bud.
Huh?
You got a match?
Yes, I have one right here.
Don't make a move. This is a stick-up.
A stick-up? Put down that gun or I'll thrash you to within an inch of your life. Put it down, I say.
No, just a second, mister. Don't you come any closer.
So you think you can scare me with a gun? Well, I'll break your arm.
Look, mister, I didn't want to do this, but I had to. I had to get money for my wife and children.
Well, you didn't have to pull a gun on me. If you wanted money, all you had to do was ask. I'm going to take that gun away from you, and you'll see
Look, I'm warning you. Don't you come any closer. All right, you asked for it. Take that.
Oh, yeah? Well, you take that. And that.
Jack, what were you doing to the crook when you said, take that and that?
He was handing him his wallet and the Oscar.
I was not. Mary, while I was beating him up, I dropped the Oscar, he picked it up and ran off down the street. Honestly, I was never so... Oh, who can that be? I don't want to see anyone today.
Oh, calm down, Jack. I'll go to the door. Gee, I feel so sorry for poor Jack. He's trying so hard to be brave. But I know he's been crying. His mascara's running. I hope we can get out of this mess.
Better answer the door.
Hello, Chester. Is the master of the metropolis at home?
Yeah. Come on in, Mr. Harris. You'll find him in the library. But he's feeling mighty low.
Well, that's a good thing I came over. I'll cheer him up. I'll go in there, throw some of that Harris sunshine on him, and bring back the bloom to those withered old cheeks. See you later, Rock. Oh, hiya, Livy. You dream doll.
Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson.
Hello.
Hey, Jackson, did you hear the one about the two sparrows who were arguing on the pump and one of them kept flying off the handle? Looks like the smog is moving in on that Harris sunshine.
Look, Phil, I'm in no mood for jokes.
Well, that's right, Phil. But Jack's feeling pretty bad. On the way home last night, he was held up.
Well, that's not to be ashamed of. I've been held up many times on my way home.
Phil, I was robbed. Now, what did you come over here for?
Yeah, look, Jackson, I'm figuring on buying a small ranch, and I got most of the dough, but I need a little more to swing the deal, and I was kind of wondered if you'd lend me $10,000.
Mary, tell him I'm not at home, will you?
Oh, wait a minute, Jackson. I don't like asking you, but I went to the bank and they turned me down. Now, if you turn me down too, I'll just have to go to Alice.
Well, Phil, I'd like to help
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. I ain't asking you to give me nothing. We'll make it a regular business deal like when you loaned me money before. I'll sign papers for the loan, pay you interest and everything.
Well, are you willing to put up security?
Yeah, but not like last time. We missed the kids.
All right, Phil. I'll have my business manager draw up the papers.
Excuse me for interrupting, boss, but Mr. Ronald Colman called.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. He said he's having guests for dinner and wants you to return his Oscar immediately.
Phil, you better go get the money from Alice.
Now, Ronnie wants his Oscar back. This is the last straw. Mary, you know what I'm going to do?
Oh, not now, Jack. A gun is so noisy, and I've got a splitting headache.
I don't mean that. I'm going to check a list of all the people who ever won Oscars, and maybe borrow one of them so I can give it to Ronnie till I get his back.
Say, that sounds like a pretty good idea. Let's see now. Last year, the Oscars were won by Frederick March and Livy de Havilland.
Well, that won't help. Freddie's out of town, and Olivia hasn't talked to me since I put too much starch in her doilies. Who else is there?
Well, Ray Milland won an Oscar. Ah, what a picture.
Yeah. And so did Joan Crawford and Loretta Young and Bing Crosby and...
Hey, that's it, Mary. He's the one, Bing Crosby. I did him a big favor. I was on a show a couple of weeks ago, and it isn't easy to be on his show. The needle scratches. I'm going over to see Bing right away and ask him to lend me his Oscar.
Okay, Jack, I'll drive you there. I have my car right outside.
Good. Mary, there's Bing Crosby's house over there on the left. Just pull into the driveway here.
I can't, Jack. There's a sign that says, keep driveway clear, trucks loading.
Must be sending his money to the bank. Well, toot the horn. We'll see if he's home. Oh, there's Bing in the upstairs window.
Hey, who's that honking in C sharp?
Hello, Bing.
Hi, Mary. Well, this is a pleasant surprise. Come up to the front door. I'll let you in.
Come on, Jack. Now, remember, you just can't come right out and ask him to lend you his Oscar. Be a little subtle about it.
I know. Watch these steps, Mary.
Hello, Mary. Come right in. Oh, Jack's with you. And I ran all the way.
What?
Come in. Come on in. Hope you folks will forgive the way I'm dressed. I wasn't expecting anybody, or I'd have sort of dressed up.
That shirt you've got on looks like Finian's rainbow. Especially with that pot on the end of it.
Well, it's rumored you're pretty funny on the air, too. However, let's not discuss one's alleged talent in the entrance hall. First time you've been to this house, isn't it? You have any trouble finding it?
No. I just followed my nose.
Hope tried that once, wound up on Mount Wilson. Shoot him down.
Well, it's rumored you're pretty funny on the air, too.
Yeah, you're pretty fast with the old ad lib there, kid. All you have to do is hear it once, isn't it?
Yes. You know, Bing, we were just driving by and thought we'd drop in for a social visit.
Jack, get to the point, but be subtle.
Leave it to me. Bing, how about showing us the house? Take us into the den. Or do you keep your Oscar in another room there?
Oscar? Oh, I got that in the trophy room.
Oh, good.
However, if you insist on seeing the den, I'd love to show it to you.
No, Bing.
Right through this door.
Gee, what a beautiful den.
Well, we've been here long enough. Now, let's go into the, let's go to the trophy room.
Oh, Jack, look at that picture on the mantelpiece. Bing, are those your children?
Yeah, those are the 4 boys. The 2 in the end are twins.
Twins? Mm-hmm. Well, that's a coincidence. This morning my baritone's wife had an Oscar.
Jack! Bing, it must be wonderful having 4 children. By the way, where's Dixie?
Oh, she had to go to the hospital.
What?
To visit her cousin.
Bing, are you sure it isn't the stork?
Positive. I got him in my trophy room.
Well, let's go see him. I've never seen a stuffed Oscar. Stork.
Okay, just follow me here. Oh, would you excuse me a minute? Well, hello. Fancy hearing from you. Sure, I want you on my show. I've been expecting you for a long time. How long will it take you to get here? 2 days. Huh? Well, good. I'll meet you at the train. Bye.
Who was that?
Rudolph Schmohopper. It's going to take him a couple days to get here.
Now, where does he live?
The do-wah-diddy.
More people come from there. Now, Bing, how about going to the trophy room?
Oh, yes, the trophy room. Right down this hall. Here, Mary, I'll lift you over.
No, I'll just walk around them.
Fine place for a horse to sleep. I can't understand why. Bing, I was stepping over him and he got up. Help me off.
Oh, don't worry, Jackson. He can't stand up long.
What? Yeah, I guess you're right. Poor old thing.
Yeah, the veterinarian said he was going to die yesterday, but none of my horses finish on time. Well, here we are, kids. Here's the trophy room.
Jack, look at all the heads mounted on the wall. Gosh, Bing, you sure must have done a lot of hunting.
Yeah. What's that big head over there?
Yours. You're looking in the mirror.
No, I mean the one with the brown eyes. That big head over there.
That's a moose.
Well, what's a small one?
A mouse.
No.
Yes, sir. Shot the mouse in Wyoming and caught the moose under the icebox. You ought to try hunting, Jackson. Very gay. Very exciting.
Wouldn't expect that one to get anything.
I did. Slides the whole joint, doesn't it? Big game hunting's very exciting, Jackson. You ought to try it, especially the big game.
Bing, the only big game that Jack's interested in is a buffalo, and it has to be on a nickel.
Mary.
He traps him with one finger in a telephone slot.
Well, it ain't easy, sister. Well, Bing, this is really a beautiful room. I never saw some... Wait a minute. Say, Bing, why have you got that picture of Frank Sinatra on the wall?
The kids throw darts at it.
Oh, I thought he had chicken pox there. Now, Bing, Bing, let's see the trophies, will you?
There they are, right over there in the cabinet.
Oh, boy, look at all those cups.
What'd you get them for, Bing?
Well, I grabbed this cup here for winning a golf tournament at Lakeside. I got this one for winning the Santa Anita Handicap.
Santa Anita Handicap, huh? What horse?
No horse, ran myself, paid $600. Photo finish, just got up the last jump.
Oh.
Say, Bing.
What?
What's that little tiny cup on the end?
That's not a cup, that's a thimble. With 4 kids, got to do a lot of sewing.
Yeah.
You see this one here, Jack? I got this when I got married.
When you got married?
Yeah, it's a Dixie cup. Why do I take jokes from Phil Harris?
Brother. Well, look, Bing, the trophy that I'm most interested in is the Oscar you won for Going My Way.
Yes, we'd love to see that one, Bing.
Oh, the Oscar. Why didn't you say so? I'll get it for you. Lenny, you in there?
Yeah, Pop, what do you want?
You'll have to give me my Oscar.
I can't now. I'm taking a bath.
Oh, for heaven's sake, why don't you use something else for a stopper?
Bing, you let your son use the Oscar for a stopper in the bathtub?
Yeah, it's always wet, too, when I want to crack nuts with it. It's murder.
Well, I'm really anxious to see the Oscar, Bing, but we can wait till your boy gets through with his bath.
He'll be through in a minute.
Say, Bing, while we're waiting, how about sing a song for us?
Oh, Mary, Bing doesn't want to sing.
I do, too. What'd you like to hear, Mary?
Anything, Bing, anything.
Well, I'll try out a new tune on you called Haunted Heart. It's a clever number. I hope you'll like it.
Gee, Bing, that song was beautiful.
Thanks, Mary. It's pretty good for a chorus. Dennis Day gets a chorus and a half. I get a chorus. But if you want, I'll sing a couple of more.
Hey, Pop, why don't you give up?
The other 3 put you up to that, huh?
Say, Bing,
What?
look. Your son brought out the Oscar and put it on the table.
Yeah. Gee, doesn't that Oscar look wonderful? Now, Bing, I might as well get right to the point. I'm in an awful spot. I've just got to borrow your Oscar for a little while.
Well, look, Bub, if you need an Oscar, instead of going around trying to borrow one, go make a picture. Win one.
Hey, I never thought of that. But, Bing, it's too late for that. I need it now. You can't make a picture in one day.
They took longer on The Horn Blows at Midnight.
Yeah, I was sick a couple of days. It took almost a week to make it. But, Bing, look, I just want it for a few days. I'll give it right back to you.
Well, what's the deal, Jack? Why do you need an Oscar all of a sudden?
Well,
Jack, why don't you tell him the truth? Tell him what happened.
all right, I will. You see, Bing, I was over at Ronald Colman's house, and he let me borrow his Oscar to take to my house to show Rochester. I was walking home carrying the Oscar when suddenly a sinister-looking man stepped out of the hedge.
Hey, Bud.
Huh?
You got a match?
Yeah, I got one right here.
Don't make a move. This is a stick-up.
What?
You heard him. This is a stick-up.
Oh, 2 of you, huh? Well, you think you're scaring me with those guns? I'll make you eat them and spit out the bullets.
Hey, Pete, this guy's pretty tough. We better call the rest of the gang. Yeah. All right, mate, come on. We need help.
Oh, there are 10 of you, eh? Well, it looks like I'll have to take off my coat.
Now, look, mister, we don't want no trouble with you. We've got guns and hand grenades.
So what? You can't scare me. I'll take on your whole outfit. And Bing, when the whole thing was over, I knocked out all their men but one.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
From Palm Springs, California, the Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the star of our show, toughened by the desert wind, tanned by the desert sun, and frightened by the desert prices, Jack Benny!
Come in. Benny?
Yes?
On behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this desert paradise.
Well, thank you very much. By the way, I don't want to get personal, but how did you happen to lose your hair?
I left the call for 7 o'clock.
With that tomahawk still in his head, he looks like a sundial. He also looks like the last of the Schmohicans. So what was that you were asking me, Don?
Well, I asked you about the motel you're stopping at. Where is it located?
Oh, the Gitchy Gumi?
Yes.
Well, here's how you get there, Don. You know the street right back here, the one that leads to Cathedral City?
Oh, it's this side of Cathedral City.
No, Don. You go through Cathedral City. And then you know how the road curves out and goes on to Indio there.
Indio? Why, you're not living way over in Indio, are you?
No, Don. You go through Indio. You stay on Highway 66, and the only delay is when they stop you at the Arizona border. You know, for plant inspection.
Oh, my goodness, Jack. You mean to tell me that while we're all in Palm Springs, you're living way out in Arizona?
Sand is sand. I'm still on the desert. But, Don, well, look who's here.
Hello, everybody.
Well.
Hello, Mary.
Hi, Don.
Hello, Mary.
Jack, what are you doing in town?
I came in with a safari. What am I doing in town?
Why did you stay in Beverly Hills? That's closer to Palm Springs than when you're living now.
I couldn't stay in Beverly Hills because I sublet my house.
Oh, fine. He's here for 5 days and sublets his house.
I may be here for 14 days. Who knows?
You even look for a tenant when you go out to lunch.
Now you're reaching, sister.
Say, Mary, you look wonderful today, and that sure is a novel dress you're wearing.
Oh, do you like it, Don?
I certainly do. What's it made of?
$20 bills.
$20 bill? What gave you that idea?
I went into a store here to buy a dress, and it was cheaper to sew the money together.
You see, Don? You see, what did I tell you? Everybody's got to make jokes about the high prices. By the way, Mary, where are you staying?
At the Racquet Club. You know, that's run by Charlie Farrell. He used to be a big movie star.
I know.
Gosh, Charles Farrell. I'll never forget him in Seventh Heaven.
Neither will he. Anyway...
Say, Mary, since you're staying at the Racquet Club, how about you and I playing some tennis, huh?
Oh, I'd love to, Don, but it's been so windy lately.
It sure has, especially yesterday.
What are you laughing at, Mary?
Jack and I were walking down the street, and it was so windy, I put my hair in a bandana, and Jack put his in his pocket.
Put in his pocket. Now, stop with the jokes. I came to Palm Springs for rest and relaxation.
You came to Palm Springs because you can't face Ronald Colman since you lost his Oscar.
Look.
Oh, by the way, Jack, have you done anything about it?
Don, I don't know what I'm going to do about Ronnie's Oscar, but at least while I'm down here, I want to relax and try to forget about it. You know, it isn't my fault that every
Hello,
time...
Mr. Benny. Hello, everybody.
Well, Dennis. Dennis, you came in here just in... Dennis, where'd you get that cowboy suit?
It used to belong to the roughest, toughest Bronco buster in the West.
What'd you say?
I say it used to belong to the roughest, toughest Bronco buster in the West.
Who's that?
My mother.
Your mother?
Yeah, she used to sing bass with the Sons of the Pioneers.
Oh, she gave you that cowboy suit, eh?
Yeah, and am I glad I've got it, too, because I've been doing a lot of horseback riding.
Well, Dennis, I didn't know you could ride a horse.
Oh, sure. The only trouble is when the horse is running along, the spurs make him nervous.
Well, Dennis, maybe you didn't fasten the straps tight enough when you put the spurs on your ankles.
Oh, my ankle!
Oh, for heaven's sake.
By the way, Dennis, where are you staying?
Oh, I'm living with Mr. Benny over the hills and far away.
That's right. He's with me at the Gitchy Gumi Motel. It's nice there, isn't it, Dennis?
I'll say. We saw a swell movie in Phoenix last night.
We made it in no time, huh?
Jack,
I know the Gitchy Goomy's in Arizona, but why go all the way to Phoenix to see a movie?
We were going there anyway. That's where the washroom is.
Dennis.
Jack, isn't it lonesome living so far from everybody?
No, we like to rough it.
We've even got Indian bellboys.
Yeah.
Gosh, am I lucky. I told them to wake me up at 7 o'clock this morning, and I didn't even feel it.
Well, Dennis, you're the only guy I know who sleeps with his hat on. Now, how about singing your song?
Okay.
Now, hold it. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Well, I'll take it.
Say, buddy, you've got a little more hair than the other fellow that was here, haven't you?
Yeah, I left a call for 7:30.
He looks like Phil's piano player, doesn't he? Amazing. He can't read music, but he can read lines. Your drummer looks like he left a call for 4 o'clock. Mary?
Yes, Dad.
Mary, who's the wire from?
It's from Fred Allen.
Fred Allen. What does he say?
He says, Dear Jack, just heard you're in Palm Springs. But when I told you to go to a warmer climate, that's not what I meant.
He probably meant Banning. Go ahead and sing, Dennis. Now, as I'm looking over a 4-leaf clover sung by Dennis Day, and Dennis, you were in very good form. This dry desert air is marvelous for your tonsils.
I haven't got any tonsils.
Oh, I didn't know that, you know. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
I had them taken out about 3 years ago.
Oh, you did? Oh, I see. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
You're not mad, are you?
No, you can have your tonsils out if you want to. I had mine snipped, too. And by a wonderful doctor.
Doctor, nothing. Rochester took him out.
He did not. I finally wound up going to the doctor. You know that.
Well, you were considering Rochester.
Oh, considering. I asked him if he knew how. That was all. Isn't it amazing, Don? All I said to Dennis was this desert air is wonderful for your tonsils, and look at the routine I got into. Now, Dennis, go sit down. And, Mr. Merrick, before we continue, I want to thank you for conducting the orchestra.
You're welcome.
And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Jack, isn't Phil going to be on the show today?
No, Mary, that's why Phil's musical arranger, Marilyn Merrick, led the orchestra. And if I say so myself, he did a very good job.
But, Jack, why did he use such a long baton?
You know, Mary, I thought it was peculiar, too. Oh, Mr. Merrick.
Yes?
When you conduct Phil Harris's boys, why do you use such a long stick?
Well, in that way I can lead the band and shoo the flies off of them at the same time.
Oh, yes, the flies. But, Mr. Merrick, why don't you do what Phil Harris does? You see, when he leads the band, he waves the horse's tail.
On him, it looks good.
Oh. He reads lines as well as the piano player, you know? And now, ladies and gentlemen, as a tribute to Palm Springs, for our feature attraction tonight, we are going to present an original mystery melodrama entitled Murder at the Racquet Club. Or, he took his tennis racket to a psychiatrist because it was high-strung. Now, I'll play the part...
Oh, by the way, Jack, you come to Palm Springs quite often. Why don't you join the Racquet Club?
Well, Don, the only reason I haven't joined the Racquet Club is because they don't take in actors.
They don't take in actors?
No.
Don't tell me that all that ham around there is just for sandwiches.
All right. Now, look, kids, we have a very long play to do. Oh, darn it, nothing but interruption. Hello?
This is a long-distance operator speaking. I have a call from Beverly Hills.
I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. Why did you call?
Well, the city of Beverly Hills is having an election next Tuesday, April 13th.
I know.
And they want to use your garage as a polling place.
A polling place?
They're paying $12.
Oh.
I tried to get 15, but it seemed to have a policy.
Well, Rochester, that's disgraceful dickering with the city officials. Well, I'd have done it for nothing.
Operator, I have the wrong party.
You have not. Now, Rochester, will there be room in the garage for all those voting booths?
Yeah, I lined the Bendix washing machines along one wall and the voting booths along the other. And I already thought of a great slogan.
What is it?
Cast your vote and lux your undies at the same time.
Oh, well, look, Rochester, how's everything at home?
Well, everything was fine till last night when Mr. Harris came over and threw a party.
You let Phil Harris throw a party in my house?
Oh, it wasn't my fault. You see, I was cleaning the front windows with soil off when Mr. Harris and some of his friends dropped in.
Uh-huh.
I said, hello, gentlemen. They nodded, grabbed the bottle out of my hand, and levity took place from there.
Just one rehearsal, that's all I ask. They drank the soil off, that's awful.
Maybe so, but they've got the cleanest hangovers in town.
Oh, they have, eh? Well, I'll talk to Mr. Harris about it when I get home. Goodbye, Rochester.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
There's a lot of activity over at Mr. Coleman's house, and I think he's going to sue you for losing his Oscar.
Oh, my goodness. What makes you think he's going to sue me?
Have you ever heard of the law firm of Wertheimer, Donaldson, Fitzpatrick, Elroy, and MacArthur?
Yes?
Well, they're all here but MacArthur, and he's flying in from Japan.
Look, Rochester, see if you can install Mr. Colman for a while, and I'll try to think of something.
Well, you better think fast, boss. Mr. Coleman's so mad he's putting slugs in your bandage.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. He hit the jackpot and got Greer Garson's knife down.
Rochester, don't worry me now. I'll call you back later. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Gee, I've just got to do something.
What's the matter, Jack?
Ronald Colman's really upset about my losing his Oscar. He might even sue me.
Well, it's your own fault for borrowing it.
I guess so. But, Mary, it's amazing how fate works. Rochester wanted to see an Oscar. I borrowed Ronald Colman. I got held up and lost the Oscar. And because of that, Greer Garson is going to be cold tonight.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. I'll tell you later. We got to get on with the show. All right, Don, introduce our play.
Okay. Murder at the Racquet Club.
Mr. Merrick, that wasn't funny.
A fly got in his trumpet.
Oh. Go ahead, Don.
The scene opens at the Palm Springs police station. Captain O'Benny is sitting at his desk, attired in a sun helmet, pin badge, and shorts. Curtain. Music.
I'm looking over an 8-leaf clover that I overlooked before. Gosh, I'm glad I got these new bifocals. Yum-dee-da-dum-dum-dum-dee-da-dum.
There's the phone, Chief.
I'll get it, O'Day. Hello, Palm Springs Police Station and Date Shop. Captain O'Benny speaking. Oh, it's you, Sergeant. What's that? You arrested 2 fellas. Well, let them loose. I know they're crooks, but this jail is for tourists. I'm getting $12 a cell, American plan. We can catch crooks during the summer. Goodbye.
Morning, Chief.
Morning, O. Wilson. How are things on your beat?
Marvelous. I sold 40 pounds of dates.
Good. Keep going like that. You'll soon be a lieutenant.
Thank you, sir. Is that better than a big fat sergeant?
Yes. O'Day, where are you going with those lace curtains?
Oh, I thought I'd make cell 9 and 10 into a bridal suite.
That's a good idea. Put a canopy over the bunk. You know of business. I'll take it. Hello? Palm Springs Police Station and Date Shop. Captain O'Benny speaking. What's that? What? Murder at the Racquet Club?
Gee, that's the title of our play.
Quiet. Yes, we'll be right over.
What's up, Chief?
Townsend Trueheart, the well-known playboy, has been murdered. Oh, Wilson, get the police car.
Yes, sir.
Calling all cars. Be on the lookout for newlyweds. Bridal suite now available at police station. That is all.
Forgot to mention the lace curtains, and I crocheted them myself. Step on the gas, Sarge. Okay, boys, here we are.
Are you sure this is the right place?
Certainly. See that sign there? Racquet Club. Owned by Charlie Farrell, star of Seventh Heaven. Members only. Open up! Open up! It's the police!
I'm the doorman. What can I do for you?
I'm the chief of police. I want to get in here.
Are you a member of the club?
No, I'm here to investigate a murder. I want to see the body.
Well, if you're not a member, you can't come in.
What?
I'll have to throw the body over the fence to you.
What are you talking about? A man has been murdered on these premises, and I'm going to find out who done it.
That's who did it. No wonder you're not a member of this club.
Oh, fine. Now, look, Bud, please, we got to get in here.
You can't come in here wearing that sunsuit. Take it off.
Where'll I pin my badge? Now, let us in.
I'm sorry, but you'll have to speak to the owner, Charlie Farrell, star of Seventh Heaven. Here he comes now.
Oh. Hello, Mr. Farrell.
What's going on here, anyway? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Stop bowing. Now, listen, Farrell, I'm Captain O'Benny of the Palm Springs Police Department.
Glad to know you. I'm Charlie Farrell, star of Seventh Heaven.
I know. Now, listen. Townsend Trueheart has been murdered on these premises, and I'm going to find out who done it.
Who done it?
I warned him.
All right, did it. Now, come on, men. Follow me. Now, Mr. Farrell. Mr. Farrell. Tell your clerk I want the names of everybody that lives here.
Why don't you look in the register?
I think I will.
Not that one!
I thought it was peculiar that Washington and Lincoln could both be staying here.
Captain O'Benny, here's the guest register.
Good. Read me the names of all the people who are living here.
There's Clark Gable, Pat O'Brien, Robert Taylor, James Dunn.
James who?
James Dunn.
That's dead. Watch it, O'Day. We've been warned. Now, tell me, Mr. Farrell, was Townsend Trueheart alone when he was murdered?
No, there were several people with him.
I see. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is grill the suspect.
I'm sorry, the grill doesn't open until noon.
What? I had that line, but I wouldn't touch it.
Well, I don't blame you. Well, here we are in the lobby. Quiet, everybody.
Dates, get your nice fresh dates here. Would you like a box of stuffed dates, sir?
Not him, that's the body.
Oh, shall I give him his money back?
Certainly. Wait a minute, let's see that wallet. I want to look for identification. Here's a card, property of Townsend Trueheart. In case of accident, please notify Charlie Farrell, star of Seventh Heaven.
That's me!
I know. Everyone line up. I'm going to find out a few things around here. Who are you, miss? Miss, I said, who are you?
Who am I? Well, I happen to be Missy LaRue, the movie star.
What's the matter, Miss LaRue? Have you got a cold?
Yeah, I caught it in Naked City.
Wait a minute. I saw Naked City. What were you?
A bare midriff.
Oh.
From now on, I'm working in shorts.
What?
I had that line, too, but the censor took it away.
Oh, well, I'll get back to you later, Miss LaRue. I'll just see who's in the next room. Come on, men. Follow me. Hold it, men. There's a suspicious-looking character sitting over there in that chair. Hey, you, come over here. What's your name?
My name is Paul Lucas.
Paul Lucas, eh? What do you know about this murder?
Nothing at all. I was just sitting here thinking how lucky I am to know Charles Farrell, the star of Seventh Heaven.
Just a second, you. How'd you get that continental accent?
Oh, well, I wasn't born here, you see. I was born in Hungary in a little town called Novgorod Germoshnik Bolekov.
A likely story. Novgorod Germoshnik Bolekov. What does that mean in English?
Do what did it?
Gee, they have one over there, too. Well, tell me, Mr. Lucas, what is your occupation?
Oh, I'm a movie actor.
Oh. You catch that cold in Naked City?
No, I was watching April showers in a bare midriff.
Well, if you haven't an alibi... Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you the Paul Lucas who made watch on the Rhine?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh. Well, Paul, step in the other room a minute. I want to talk to you alone.
Yes, Captain O'Benny.
You can call me Jack.
Yes, Jack.
Look, Paul, didn't you once win an Academy Award, Oscar?
Yes, I did. It was in 1944, and the picture was Watch on the Rhine, which I made for Warner Brothers.
Oh, yes. They're still talking about it over there.
Thank you.
You know, I made the horn blows at midnight at Warner Brothers.
Oh, yes, they are still talking about it over there.
Now, look, Paul, I'll be honest with you. I'm in an awful jam, and you can help me out if you'll just lend me your Oscar for a couple of weeks.
But why?
Well, look, 2 weeks ago, I borrowed Ronald Colman's Oscar, and it was stolen from me. Now he wants it back. I tried everything. Last week, I even went over to Bing Crosby's house and tried to borrow his.
Well, wouldn't Bing lend it to you?
I don't know. They cut me off before the program was finished. Now, come on, Paul. Help me out. Lend me your Oscar for just a little while.
Now, Jack, please don't ask me for my Oscar. It means the world to me, everything. It's my good luck charm.
Gee. But, Paul, can't I at least see it?
I'm sorry, but I lost it at the Cove.
The Cove?
Yeah, that's the place that made Palm Springs the naked city.
Well, then you can't help me out. I'll see you later, Paul.
Hey, wait a minute, Jack. What's going on in the other room?
We're doing a murder mystery.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Trying it again from Palm Springs, California, the Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, for 2 consecutive weeks we have lost part of our show. Last week we not only lost the ending, but also the beginning. However, we still have the pickle in the middle, and here he is, Jack Benny!
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, you don't have to make jokes about what happened. You know, radio is our bread and butter. You know, if I lose my job, you lose your stomach. It's a very serious thing. We lost the finish of the show 2 weeks ago, lost the finish again last week.
Well, if you're running along this week, Fred Allen said he'd be very happy to give you time on his program.
Fred offered to give me time to finish my program?
Yeah, he said he'd do anything to hear the end of Benny.
Oh, well. He's so homely, he has to be clever.
Jack, why do you always keep saying that? After all, Fred isn't so ugly.
He isn't, eh? Allen makes the hunchback of Notre Dame look like the man of distinction. And he's not only homely, Don, he's so cheap.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Don't say that Allen is cheap. He's a good sport, and you know it.
Oh, he is, eh? Remember the time we were in New York and you and I had lunch with him?
Yeah.
Well, who picked up the check?
I did.
You're darn right. Allen just sat there, didn't move a muscle. So he's got a lot of nerve making jokes about my being cut off the air. It's a very serious thing.
I don't think it's so serious, Mr. Benny.
What?
My mother was listening to the radio show Sunday, and she didn't even know that you lost the end of the program.
Your mother? That's peculiar.
Oh, no, it isn't. When I get through singing, she shuts it off anyway.
Oh, she does, eh? Well, I got a good mind to move your song down near the end, so she'll have to listen to my whole program.
That'll teach her.
You said it.
Jack, I don't know why you're making such a fuss. So you lost the tail end of your program. Does it make any difference?
Does it make any difference? Mary, we were doing a sketch. People were interested. Now they'll never know what happened.
I know just what you mean, Mr. Benny. I was listening to a daytime program the other day, and the announcer said, "Tune in tomorrow and hear another chapter of John's Other." And then the radio went off. Now people will never know what John has that he has another of.
Yeah, they'll never know.
I've been racking my brains all day. It could be John's other house or John's other bicycle.
Dennis.
Maybe it's John's other head.
Dennis, forget it, will you? You're not only taking up time, I don't want to be cut off the air again.
Well, I don't blame you, Jack. You know, last week Edgar Bergen lost his whole program.
Mary, Bergen lost his whole program?
Yeah, and his sponsors were so upset that Chase and Sanborn started drinking Sanka.
No kidding.
Barry, what did you say they were drinking?
Sanka.
You're welcome.
Mary, there isn't a court in the country that will convict you. Now, let's get on with the program.
Maybe it was John's other toothbrush.
Quiet, will you, Dennis? You know, Mary, I just thought of something. You know, maybe... I don't know. Maybe my programs have been cut off the air because I'm too easygoing. I'm going to step in the control room and talk to Mr. Foster, the engineer. I'll tell him a thing or two.
Now, Jack, control yourself. If you feel that you're losing your temper, count up to $10.
I will. Oh, Mr. Foster, I'd like to talk to you a minute about why I was cut off the air last week.
Okay, Mr. Benny, but watch those there wires there, please.
Say, you do have a lot of wires in here, huh?
Well, each wire is put in here for a definite purpose. Now, on this wire, we have the transformer. On this wire, we have the oscillator. And on this wire, we have the transmitter.
I see. Well, what are those things on that wire up there?
Clothespins. I just washed my socks.
Mr. Foster, I'm here on business. Now, what's the idea of trying to be so funny?
I've got the wires open and my wife is listening in.
What?
Hello, Tilly. Put your mother back in the garage. I'm sleeping home tonight.
Now, cut that out. I'll talk to you later. Everybody has to be a comedian. Oh, well, I know what I'll do. I'll call Niles Trammell, the president of NBC. Mary, give me that phone, will you?
Here you are.
Maybe it was John's other yo-yo.
Oh, quiet. I'm trying to use the phone. Hello, operator. Get me the National Yo-Yo Company. I mean, the National Broadcasting Company in Hollywood. Yes, I'll wait.
Hello, National Broadcasting Company. Yes. Yes, sir, I'll try to get him right away. Say, Mabel, it's Mr. Benny calling from Palm Springs. Gee, I wonder what Kiss of Death wants now. Well, they cut him off the air last week, and oh boy, is he mad. You know, he's got a terrible temper. He has? I'll say. One Sunday, Phil Harris didn't show up for rehearsal, and Mr. Benny got so mad he blew his top. Really? Yeah, it took us an hour to find it.
Oh, I remember that time. That's the maddest Jack has been in all his 39 years.
Do you really believe he's only 39?
Well, I did until one time he took me to the museum.
The museum?
Yeah. We were looking at the skeleton of dinosaur, and Mr. Benny was the only one who knew the hip bone was in the wrong place.
Gee, what a memory. But, you know, I kind of envy him. He's been spending so much time lately in Palm Springs.
Palm Springs.
So what's the matter with Palm Springs? I like it there. That's where I first met Jack Benny. It was in a little place called La Hacienda Sal de la Vista de la Carmelita Cresta.
La Hacienda Sal de la Vista de la Carmelita Cresta?
Yeah, that's Spanish, for the season is only 5 months long, but don't worry, we charge you for 12.
Operator.
I'm sorry, Mr. Benny, but Mr. Trammell doesn't answer.
All right, I'll call him later. Niles Trammell isn't in. Come on, Dennis, let's have your song.
Okay.
Hold it. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
I'll take it. Here's a tip for you, boy.
Oh, goody, a nickel. Now they can open the cove again.
Go be nice to people. Here, Mary, read the telegram.
Okay. Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
It says, if you don't return my Oscar within 48 hours, I will not only take legal steps, but I will drag your name through the mud and expose you to the public as a blackguard, a phony, and an unmitigated fraud. Signed, Ronald Colman. P.S. Benita sends her love to Mary.
Gee.
Isn't that sweet?
Yeah. You know, Mary, I'm really in a spot. I never should have borrowed that Oscar. What am I going to do?
Well, why don't you tell him the truth, Jack?
Yeah, why don't you tell Ronnie that you were held up and it was stolen?
No, I can't. There must be something else I can do.
I've got it.
What?
It's John's other cuspidor.
Dennis, stop being silly. Now, come on, let's have your song, John's Other Cuspidor. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. The things that sick kids can think of. That was Now is the Hour, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, because of what happened last Sunday, for our feature attraction tonight, we are going to present another chapter of last week's mystery melodrama entitled Murder at the Racquet Club. Or he asked her for a little wine, so she gave him both barrels. In this new version, you will hear a new story, new characters, new jokes, and with luck, an ending. Set the scene, Don.
Okay. Our scene opens at the Palm Springs police station. Captain O'Benny is sitting in his chair with his feet up in the air. Somebody stole his desk. Curtain, music!
Climb down from my knees, sonny boy. You're already 23, sonny boy. I've no way of knowing, only that you're growing. Oh, sonny boy.
There's the phone, Chief.
Thank you, O'Day. That kid's a great detective. He knew it was a phone right away. I'll take it. Hello, Palm Springs Police Station and mud baths. We make you come clean. What's that, madam? You lost your Cocker Spaniel? Don't worry, we'll find him for you. What? You sure to return the lease? Oh, your husband's on the other end. Have you a description? The one with the cold nose is your husband. All right, goodbye. We got the silliest request here of any police station.
Here's the phone, Chief.
I knew it couldn't last. Come in.
Morning, Chief.
Good morning, Sergeant O'Wilson. Hey, wait a minute. This place is for customers. Did you sneak in here and take a mud bath?
Not me, Chief. I haven't been near the mud bath.
Don't lie to me. There's a gopher peeking out of your ear. Now, look. A woman lost her dog, and I want you and O'Day... Is that the phone?
I think so. There's nobody at the door.
Oh. I'll take it. Hello, Palm Springs Police Station and mud baths. Captain O'Benny speaking. What's that? What? Murder at the Racquet Club?
Geez, this is getting monotonous.
Quiet. Yes? Yeah, okay, we'll be right over.
What's up, Chief?
The well-known playboy, Terry Carew, has been murdered. Oh, Wilson, get the police car.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to find the murderer of Terry Carew, or my name ain't...
Calling all cars, attention police officers. Before going out on a criminal investigation, first load your gun, and then take one of our baths. Why, be half safe.
There must be something else on this radio.
And so this concludes another chapter of that very popular daytime serial, John's Other Cuspidor.
Gee, the kid was right.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't have one of our cuspidors, you don't know what you're missing.
Would be. Come on, Sarge. Step on the gas. Okay, men, here we are.
Are you sure this is the place, Chief?
Certainly. See that sign there? Racket Club. $30 a day, European plan. $40 a day, American plan. $2 million a day, Marshall plan. How can Herbert Marshall afford it? Let's go in, men. Open up! Open up, it's the police!
Yes?
I'm Captain O'Benny of the Palm Springs Police Department.
I'm Charlie Farrell, star of Seventh Heaven.
I know. Now, look, Mr. Farrell. This is the second time in a week that a murder has been committed at the Racquet Club. Why does it always happen here?
Because people won't be found dead in any other place. Oh, Farrell, you may not be a comedian, but you sure know how to plug that joint.
Stop with a wisecrack. Who are some of the people who are staying here?
Well, there's Lana Turner, Tyrone Power, Betty Grable, Gary Cooper, Irene Dunn, and...
Who?
Irene Dunn.
That's Did, remember last week? Watch her.
You promised us new jokes.
That one slipped in. Now, look, Mr. Farrell, we're going...
Don't be so formal. You don't have to call me Mr. Farrell.
Okay, Charlie.
No, that's too informal.
What do you want me to call you?
Star of Seventh Heaven.
Now, we're going inside to investigate this murder. Come on, men. Follow me. Now, here we are in the lobby, men. Mr. Farrell, where's the body?
We moved it out by the swimming pool.
By the swimming pool?
Well, just because he's dead is no reason why he shouldn't get a tan.
Well, come on, men. We're going out to the swimming pool and see the body. Follow me. Here we are at the pool, men. Now, let's find Terry Carew's body.
Hello, Chiefy.
Hold it, men. I found a better one. What's your name, miss?
Well, last week I was Missy LaRue, but yesterday I married Carrie Carew and became Missy LaRue Carew.
Missy LaRue Carew? That's kind of monotonous, isn't it?
Not anymore. Half hour ago, somebody flew Carew, and I'm back to LaRue.
Good for you. Now, wait a minute. I think you're the one that did it. You got a smoking gun in your hand.
Oh, that doesn't mean anything.
You want to arrest the captain. That's her gun, and Carrie Carew was shot with it.
But I didn't do it. This morning I filled my gun with bullets and left it in my room, went out for a walk.
A likely story. You mean to say that after putting bullets in it, you walked out and left the gun in the room all by itself?
Yeah, it was lonely but loaded.
Well, we'll go over and examine the body because... What's that, another murder?
No, one of the guests just got his bill.
Now, Miss LaRue, I want to get all the details regarding the murder of your husband, Carrie Carew. He may have been poisoned before he was shot. What did he have for dinner?
He had a filet mignon.
A steak, eh? How was the steak cooked?
It was well did. You're not going to catch me.
Well, now, look, sister, I'm holding you for the murder because I don't...
Chief!
Yeah, what is it, O'Day?
I was out searching the grounds. I saw a man walking along with a dog, so I questioned him.
Did he have an alibi?
No, a cocker spaniel.
I had that line, but I wouldn't touch it.
You keep out of this, Farrell. Now, O'Day, tell me about this man you saw. Can you describe him?
Yeah, he was dressed like a cowboy.
Was he a real cowboy or a dude?
That's it.
Never mind! Now, look.
Oh, Chief!
What is it, O. Wilson?
I couldn't find the man or the dog, but here's the leash.
The leash?
I'm not a leech. I'm Frank Sinatra, and put me down.
Hello, Frankie! Now, Sinatra, what are you doing here at the Racquet Club? I thought you were staying at the El Irisado.
I am. I was over there taking a sun bath, and I guess it's windier than I thought.
One line, you nearly killed the whole job.
Oh, I guess I blew that, huh?
Well, we'll be off the air again. Now listen, Sinatra. Listen, Sinatra, what do you know about the murder of Teddy Carew?
Teddy Carew?
Carew.
Well, I don't know anything about it. I'm just waiting around till another wind comes up.
Well, look, Sinatra, everyone here at the club is under suspicion, so I'll have to hold you till we can find... Poor Frankie thinks he's going back to the El Irisado. That was a 5 o'clock breeze for banning. Oh, well, he can get off at Cabazon, take the local Zephyr back. Come on, man, let's go in the lobby and start grilling the suspects. Follow me. Now, just a minute, fellas. There's a very suspicious-looking man over there. Hey, you! Now, don't move. I want to question you. Now, what's your name?
I'm Goldwyn.
Samuel Goldwyn, yeah? Hey, wait a minute. Are you that famous, talented, colossal, inimitable genius of the motion picture industry?
That's what it says on my driver's license.
Never mind the wisecrack. This is murder.
I know. I've been listening to it.
I don't mean that. Now tell me, Mr. Goldwyn, what were you doing? What were you doing when the shot was fired?
I was...
Stop laughing or we won't get off the air again. What were you doing when the shot was fired?
I was standing here hating myself for not producing Go With the Wind.
At seventh heaven! Now listen.
That's what I said.
Now listen. You know who was the star of Seventh Heaven, don't you?
Certainly. It's marked on every guest house.
Now, Mr. Goldwyn, I'd like to talk to you alone. Would you mind stepping into the other room?
Not at all.
Now, Mr. Goldwyn, I have a confession to make. I'm not really a police captain. I'm Jack Benny.
Well, then we're reading.
What?
I'm not really a genius. I'm just colossal.
Oh,
Good. Now, Mr. Goldwyn, what I want to talk to you about is this. Look, as you probably know, I borrowed Ronald Colman's Oscar and lost it, and I thought maybe you could lend me one. Now, you did win one last year for the best years of our lives, didn't you?
I won 9.
You won 9 Oscars?
Now that I think of it, I am a genius.
Yes. That picture also won the Academy Award in England, didn't it?
Cheerio, you tip.
Now, Mr. Goldwyn. Now, Mr. Goldwyn, I thought that maybe, as a personal favor to me, you'd just lend me one of your Oscars.
Huh? But, Jack, didn't you win an Oscar for the home blows at midnight?
No, but I was close. They hit me over the head with it. Now, Mr. Goldwyn, please lend me one of your Oscars.
When will you return it?
When I'm done with it.
When I'm... That did. Now I'll never loan it to you.
I thought you'd never get to that line, either. All right, then. If that's the case, I might as well finish our mystery. All right, men, line up the suspects. And I'll find the murder of Kitty Cadoo, or my name ain't... What's that?
Somebody threw a rock through the window.
Hey, look, Pete, there's a note on it.
Give me that.
Let me read it. I haven't had a line in the whole play.
You're the body. Lie down. I said you're dead. Lie down. Darn this climate. Now, where's the note? It may be something important. It is important. It's from the National Broadcasting Company.
What's it say, Chief?
It says, talk faster, you'll be cut off the air again. P.S. Niles Trammell sends his love to Mary. Oh, we gotta hurry up. Hey, you over there, you look suspicious. Now, what have you got to say about the murder, and talk fast? I thought so, a full confession. All right, men, you know your duty. Get going.
Mud baths. Get your mud baths at the Palm Springs Police Station.
Don't be a
mud
jerk.
baths.
Get your mud baths at the Palm Springs Police Station. Next week, we will be back
Mr. Benny.
Jack, the engineer wants you.
Oh, what is it, Mr. Foster?
I've got terrible news for you.
Oh, my goodness. Will we cut off the air again?
No, they heard every word.
How do you like that? If it's not one thing, it's another. Good night, everybody.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Benny has just returned from his stay in Palm Springs. So let's go out to Jack's house in Beverly Hills. It's morning, and we find Rochester in the kitchen.
I'm overlooking a sink full of dishes that I overlooked all week. There's spoons and there's saucers and dirt on the floor.
Oh, good morning. Good morning, Rochester.
Oh, good morning, boss. Did you have a nice night?
Oh, pretty good, Rochester, but you know I had a difficult time falling asleep. I counted 3,000 sheep.
3,020 to be exact.
Was it that many?
Yeah, and boss, tonight when you go to bed, why don't you take a little pill?
No, Rochester, I prefer to count sheep.
I know, but I feel so silly putting on that white coat and jumping back and forth over your bedpost.
Rochester, if I can toss and turn, you can jump a little. It doesn't hurt. Now pour me some coffee.
Okay. Just a minute, boss.
Why'd you pull down the shade?
In case Mr. Colman looks out of his window, I don't want him to see you.
Oh, yes. He's still mad about my losing his Oscar, isn't he?
Mad? Yesterday he came over and got one of our lawnmowers.
Well, that's all right.
I know, but he mowed half his lawn before he put the flag down on the meter.
See, Rochester, if Mr. Colman finds out I'm back from Palm Springs, no telling what he'll do. But I have to go to the studio. How am I going to get out of the house without him seeing me?
Well, let me see. I know.
What?
Get down on all fours, I'll throw the bearskin rug over you and lead you out of the house on a leash.
No, that wouldn't work. Suppose he comes over to pet me.
I'll leave the muzzle off so you can bite him.
I probably break my tooth on his garter, silly. But I got to get out of the house without Mr. Colman seeing me.
Say, boss, I know what you can do.
What?
You've still got your old Charlie's Aunt costume. Why don't you put that on?
Say, that's a wonderful idea. If I'm dressed like a woman, he won't recognize me. You take it, Rochester. I'll go in and put on my Charlie's Aunt costume.
Yes, sir. Mr. Benny's resident, star of stage, screen, radio, and will accept the nomination for any party that'll let him rent out rooms in the White House.
Hello, Rochester. This is Miss Livingston.
Oh, hello, Miss Livingston. How did you enjoy your 2-week stay in Palm Springs?
Oh, wonderful, Rochester. I was on the golf course with Mr. Benny every day.
I know, and Mr. Benny said you owed him $4.35.
That's right.
I didn't know he could beat you.
He didn't beat me. He caddied for me.
Oh.
By the way, Rochester, how does Mr. Benny feel now?
Much better, but when he got home from Palm Springs, he was green. What made him so sick?
Well, he stopped at an orange juice stand that said all you can drink for 10 cents, and we had to roll him back in the car.
Oh, so that's what it was. He woke me up when he came sloshing into the house.
Well, Rochester, please tell Mr. Benny that I'll pick him up in a few minutes on my way down to the studio.
That'll be fine, Miss Livingston, but would you mind waiting for him down on the corner?
On the corner? Why?
Mr. Benny will explain it to you when he sees you.
All right, Rochester. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Are you decent, boss?
Yeah, come on in. Rochester, how do I look in my Charlie's Aunt costume?
Well, let me see. You've got the wig on straight, and your curls tumble down over your forehead in a tantalizing manner.
Thank you.
Your mascara is just heavy enough to accentuate the blue in your eyes.
Good.
Your lips have the red glow of a summer sun as it slowly sinks into the peaceful Pacific.
Well.
And your... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
You better pull up your shoulder straps. Your hair on your chest is showing.
Oh, nobody will notice that when I wear my shawl. Oh, my goodness, look what time it is. I better get started for the studio.
I told Miss Livingston to pick you up on the corner.
Well, that's a good idea. Gee, I hope nobody recognizes me. Rochester, does this dress really make me look like a woman?
Boss, if this was Mother's Day, you'd be lousy with flowers.
Good. So long, Rochester.
Goodbye.
A little chilly. I'm glad I wore this shawl. A pretty girl is like a melody. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Gee, if I pass Georgie Jessel, I'm dead. But it'll be interesting. Well, as soon as I get in Mary's car, I'll take off this dress and... Oh, my goodness. Here comes Ronald Colman walking this way. I just put down my head and crossed the street. Gee, that was close.
Better be careful, lady.
Huh?
May I help you across the street?
Well, thank you very much. But I can manage by myself.
Well, let me take your arm.
Well, all right.
Am I walking too fast for you, Mother?
No. Well, here we are across the street.
Yes, now watch the curb. Up the daisy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Colman.
Oh, you recognize me?
Yes. Now I have to run away.
Would you like my autograph?
Oh, not now. I'm in a hurry.
It'll only take a minute.
I'm sorry, but I don't have a pencil or a paper. I really haven't.
Oh, I don't need pencil and paper. I have them written out on little cards. You know, the demand has been quite heavy lately.
Oh, then I'll take one.
No, take two. Give one to your husband.
Thank you. He's dead. He'll be thrilled.
By the way, madam, am I the first movie star you ever met?
Well, no. I once met Charles Farrell, star of Seventh Heaven.
Charlie Farrell. No. Must have been before my time.
Yeah. Well, thanks again, Mr. Colman. You're my favorite actor. You're my favorite actor.
What was that?
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Thanks so much. Gosh, that was a narrow escape. I don't know how much longer I could have held out. There's a fly under my wig. I'll get him. I'll comb him out later. Now, let me see. Rochester said that Mary would pick me. Oh, here's Mary's car over there.
I beg your pardon, madam, but I'm with...
Mary, it's me.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jack. What are you doing in that outfit?
I had to put it on so I could sneak out of the house without Ronald Colman recognizing me. It's a good thing I did, too, because I bumped into him.
Well, I just saw Ronnie, too.
Oh, my goodness. If he saw you, he'll be sure to know that I'm around.
Oh, he didn't see me, Jack. He just walked by the car and threw his autograph in the back seat.
The back seat? Oh, yeah, here it is. Well, what do you know? This one has glue on it so you can stick it on your windshield. Come on, Mary, let's go.
Jack, you're not going to the studio dressed as Charlie's aunt, are you?
No, Mary. I have my suit on underneath. I'll slip the dress off while you're driving.
No, Jack, don't take it off. I want to remember you just the way you are.
What?
The way your curls tumble down over your forehead in a tantalizing manner.
Say, Rochester said the same thing.
And your mascara is just heavy enough to accentuate the blue of your eyes.
That's funny. He said that, too.
And your lips have the red glow of a summer sun slowly sinking into the La Brea tar pit.
Mary.
I'll bet he didn't think of that one.
No, he didn't. Now, come on, let's hurry to the studio. I got to get this dress off before we get there.
Jack, I'm going into my dressing room. Call me when you start the rehearsal, will you?
Okay, I'll see you later. Da-da-da-dum, da-dee-da-dee-da-dum, dum-dee-dum. Oh, there's Mel Blanc. Hello, Mel.
Hello, Jack. Are you going to use me on your show today?
No, Mel. I spent too much money in Palm Springs. Maybe next week, huh? So long, Mel.
So long.
That's all, folks.
He's a clever guy. It's a shame he won't work cheaper. Oh, well, da-dee-da-dum, da-dee.
Hiya, Jackson. Long time no see.
Oh, hello, Phil.
Hi. Hey, Jackson,
What?
let me look at you. You know your stay in Palm Springs did you a lot of good? You're 2 inches taller.
What?
You're
darn
taller.
it, I forgot to take off these high-heeled shoes. But, Phil, no kidding, I sure missed you on our last 2 shows.
I know.
What?
You need me, Jackson. You need me.
What do you mean? I got big laughs, didn't I?
Yeah, you got laughs, but there was something missing. You know, your program without me is like a Persian rug. It looks good, but it just lays there.
Phil.
Look, Jackson, you tried it without me for 2 weeks. Now, have you learned your lesson?
What?
If you can't take the talent with you, stay where the talent is.
Phil, shrinking violet. Look. How can you possibly be so egotistical?
I ain't egotistical, Jackson. I just say if you got an effervescent personality, let it fizz. Let it fizz.
Well, if that doesn't stop the air conditioning, nothing will. Now, Phil, this week we got a very important show, so let's get started with the rehearsal.
Okay, I'll be waiting a minute, Jackson. I want to go in and run over Dennis's song with him.
Okay, I'll come along with you.
Come on.
That was very, very good, Dennis. That song sounded swell.
Thanks, Mr. Benny, but I think the orchestra should have played it with just a little more rhythm.
I guess you're right, Dennis.
Oh, Phil. I'll take care of it. Hey, fellas, when we do the number on the show, play it a little bit more pistachio.
That's pizzicato. Pistachio. When we give you the wrong word, you can't pronounce it. Say, Dennis. Say, Dennis, what time... Dennis, what... Say, Dennis, what time did you get home from Palm Springs Sunday night?
Oh, I didn't get home Sunday. I got home late Wednesday and almost missed my own show.
But you left Palm Springs Sunday night. What took you so long? Did your car break down?
No, but I ran into a lot of traffic in Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake City? Dennis, why did you go from Palm Springs to Los Angeles by the way of Salt Lake City?
I wanted to avoid the traffic light in Banning.
Well, that's logical.
But that wasn't the only reason. I also wanted to break in my new car. My mother gave it to me for my birthday.
Hey, congratulations, kid. When was your birthday?
Last week. And I had a swell party, too. Refreshments and dancing and games like post office.
Well, who was there?
Just me.
Just you. Dennis, how could you dance and play games all by yourself?
It's done with mirrors.
Oh, fine.
Me having two shows I can understand, but this kid's a mystery.
Dennis, why don't...
Hey, Jack, Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Well, hiya, Livy. You ravishing, gorgeous one, you.
Hello, Phil. Say, Jack,
What?
the drugstore just sent back the pictures we took in Palm Springs.
Oh, good, good. Let's take a look at them.
Here's a picture of me taken near the pool in my bathing suit.
Hey, let me see that, Livy.
Here you are.
Well, scotta-hoo, scotta-hey. Oh, say, that's really a gorgeous bathing suit.
Oh, it's nothing.
That he can see, believe me.
And, Phil, here's one of Jack in his bathing trunk.
Let me have a fig of that. Oh, no. No. Oh, no, no.
What are you laughing at?
You look like a spider with 4 legs, miss.
All right, Phil, you can stop fizzing.
Hey, Mary, can I see that picture of Mr. Benny?
Here you are, Dennis.
Gee, I don't know what Phil was laughing at.
Thanks, kid.
For a Spidey, you look pretty good.
Well, now, I don't know whether you fellas are kidding me or not.
Say, Jack, we better start rehearsing. We go on the air pretty soon.
Yeah, let's get going, Jackson. The music's all ready.
Good. And now Hey, wait a minute. Where's Don? Oh, Don.
Well, here I am, Jack.
Well, Don, it's getting kind of late, and we have to... Don, did you pass an orange juice stand?
No, I always look like this. I took the liberty of asking Miss Dorothy Kirsten to come over.
Well, I think it was very... Dorothy Kirsten? You don't mean Dorothy Kirsten of the Metropolitan Opera?
Yes, Mr. Benny, and here I am.
Well, Miss Kirsten, this is indeed an honor and a great privilege having an operatic star like you on my program.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. Coming from a violinist of your reputation, I consider that quite a compliment.
Well, speaking of my violin playing, I really shouldn't take too much credit for a talent that comes naturally.
Some talent. Your father used to tie a flat iron on the end of your bow so you could practice the violin and press pants at the same time.
Mary, please. Oh, Miss Kirsten, this is Mary Livingston.
How do you do, Miss Livingston? How do you do?
And this is Dennis Day.
Hello, Dennis.
Glad to know you, Miss Kirsten.
Dennis, you must be very proud to be associated with a man of Mr. Benny's stature and importance.
In a bathing suit, he looks like a spider.
Mr. Day.
He's such a kid.
Oh, Miss Kirsten, I wanted to tell you that I saw you in Madame Butterfly Wednesday afternoon, and I thought your performance was simply magnificent.
Well, thanks to you. Thanks awfully. It's awfully nice and kind of you, Mr. Wilson. But who could help singing Puccini? It's so expressive, and particularly in the last act, starting with the Allegro vivatissimo.
Well, now that's being very modest, Miss Kirsten, but not every singer has the necessary bel canto and flexibility or range to cope with the high tessitura of the first act.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. And don't you think that in the aria Un bel di vedremo that the strings played the con molto passione exceptionally fine and with great sostenendo?
Well, I thought...
Oh, shut up.
Mary, that's not cricket. Now, I was only trying to be sociable, that's all.
Gee, Miss Kirsten, I wish my mother was here. She'd enjoy meeting you. She's a singer, too.
Oh, is your mother a soprano or contralto?
She's a baritone.
Dennis, please.
You know, Miss Kirsten, my mother wanted me to become an opera singer.
Well, it's a very exciting profession, indeed. But it requires intensive voice training. I studied 10 years.
In Milan?
No, do-what did he?
It must be a town.
Everybody on stage, everybody on stage. The program goes on in 2 minutes.
Come on, Dorothy. Come on, kids. Let's give them a great show. Come on. I want to thank Miss Dorothy Kirsten of the Metropolitan Opera for helping us out tonight. I also want to thank Ronald Colman for helping me across the street. And now, if you'll excuse me, folks, my feet are killing me. Good night.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time I would like to pay tribute to a man who for the past 30 weeks has brought joy and happiness into millions of American homes.
Don't forget the 569,000 trailers. You know.
A man whose wit, charm, and personality have endeared him to the hearts of his public.
Keep going, Don. We have a half hour.
A man who is loved, admired, and respected by every member of his cast.
How true.
A man who every year at this time picks up our options, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, since you brought the matter up, I suppose you received the contract I mailed you for next season.
Yes, I did, Jack, and I'm not quite satisfied with some of the clauses.
Huh?
After serving you faithfully for 14 years, I'm surprised that you had the effrontery to present me with a contract that was not only insulting, but relegates me to a position that no self-respecting man would accept.
Well. And just what is your complaint, Mr. Wilson?
Well, here's the situation, Jack. Now, you get a lot of laughs at the expense of my being fat.
Uh-huh.
And this year, my weekly salary has been at the rate of $2 a pound.
Uh-huh.
So I think it's only fair that next year I get $3 a pound.
$3 a pound. Don, I wouldn't give you $3 a pound if all your fat was trimmed off and you were hanging on a hook. Anyway, the raise I offered you is as high as I can go. Now, what do you say?
I can't sign the contract now, Jack. I'll have to talk it over with the little woman.
Oh, you and the little woman. Haven't you got a mind of your own?
Yes, but I respect my wife's opinion. I'm very devoted to her.
I see.
After all, I'm at home with her every day except Sunday.
Well, I can fix that, too. Now, look, Don, I've been very fair about this whole thing, and Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What are you talking about?
Oh, Don isn't satisfied with his new contract for next season.
He isn't?
No.
Oh, my goodness. And after all you've done for him.
Well, that's the way it goes, Mary. There isn't much gratitude in this business.
Why, Don Wilson, you ought to be...
Never mind, Mary. Thanks just the same. By the way, have you read your new contract?
Yeah, what are you trying to do, bring back slavery?
Oh, so I'm going to have trouble with you, too. What's wrong with your contract?
I don't like Clause 7.
Clause 7? Oh, Mary, I mean, it only happens once or twice a year.
I don't care. If you buy a turkey, kill it yourself.
Mary, can I help it if I'm sentimental?
You're not sentimental. When you pay for a whole turkey, you hate to chop anything off.
Oh, stop.
Sentimental. You even use the head for badminton.
I stopped doing that. I mean, I couldn't stand the way it came over the net staring at me. Anyway, Mary, you've got a lot of nerve complaining about your contract. After all...
Hiya, Jackson. Hiya, Don. Hello, Livy.
Hello, Phil.
Phil, it's about time you got here. What made you so late?
It ain't my fault, Jackson. I had plenty of time to get here, but just as I left the house, Alice fainted.
Oh, my goodness. That must have scared you to death.
Nah, happens every time I kiss her goodbye.
Oh, brother.
That's what she said as she hit the floor.
Phil, do you really have that effect on Alice?
Jackson, she won't even let me shave with a mirror. She don't want my love divided.
Phil, if I paid you by the pound, your head would ruin me, you know. Now, look, just pick up your baton and let's have a band.
Hold on a minute. No, you don't, Jackson. I ain't making with no downbeat till I talk to you about that new contract you sent me. My lawyers don't like it.
Your lawyers? Who are they?
Kirchie, Bagby, Fletcher, and Fink.
Well, Phil, just what is it you and your lawyers object to in the contract?
We don't like the clause that says I got to get to bed on Saturday night before 3 a.m.
Well, it's for your own good, Phil. After all, you have a program to do on Sunday. I want you to look bright and fresh.
I know, but if I lose that red glow in my eyes, I ain't got no personality.
Phil, I've been playing badminton with a turkey head for 2 years, and it looks better than you do. Anyway, I'll talk to your lawyers about your contract later. But right now, let's have a band number.
Okay, Jackson. What would you like to hear?
Henry Bussey, but I'm stuck with you. All right, Phil, let's have the number. Now we finally got to a band number. Yes, sir. That was the new look played by Phil Harris and his Gin Rummy Orchestra. 18 rummies full of gin. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our...
Say, Jack, where's Dennis?
Dennis, I don't know, but I hope he gets here pretty soon. I want to talk to him about his new contract for next year.
A new contract for Dennis?
Yeah.
I thought you had him sign up till next Halley's Comet.
Well, it's the same contract, Mary, but I added a new clause.
Hey, Liv, you should have seen the clause Jackson tried to get into my contract.
Never mind.
What was it, Phil?
If I ever find a dime, before I can spend it, I got to call Jackson and find out if he lost one.
Phil, I did that for a gag. Where's your sense of humor? I mean, just because... Hey, maybe that's Dennis. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. What do you want?
I've been listening to the program, boss, and it occurred to me we haven't discussed my contract yet.
Well, Rochester, you've been working in my house for 10 years, and I feel there's no necessity for a written contract. Everything is perfectly clear, and we have what is known as a verbal agreement. Now, that means we have a mutual understanding. Why put things on paper? The amount of money involved is too small.
That's what I mean. Let's get it up.
You'll be taken care of. And believe me, Rochester, there's no necessity for a written contract.
But my attorneys advised it, whereas and to wit.
Your attorneys, who are they?
Remus, Bemis, Sugarfoot, and Smythe.
Oh, well, tell Remus, Bemis, Sugarfoot, and Smythe to get in touch with Kirchie, Bagby, Fletcher, and Fink. Let them handle it.
It's the same firm. They got a branch on Central Avenue.
Well, anyway, Rochester, you've got nothing to worry about. I'm giving you a substantial raise next year.
Substantial?
Yeah, you know what the word means, don't you?
I ain't illiterate. I'm skeptical.
Well, you're getting it, so don't let it bother you. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Are you still going to have company for dinner tomorrow night?
Oh, yes. I'm glad you reminded me. You better run down to the store and get a leg of lamb.
A leg of lamb? Why don't you get a turkey?
Why?
After dinner, they may want to play badminton.
No, just get a leg of lamb and a small squab. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Now, let's see.
Say, Jack.
What?
A note came for you.
A note? Who's it from?
Dennis Say.
From Dennis? What does it say?
It says, Dear Mr. Benny, my mother won't let me be on the program until she talks to you about my new contract. Your loyal subject, Dennis Say.
Well, how do you like that?
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. There's more.
More?
Yeah. P.S. I found a dime today. Please let me know as soon as possible, as a good humor man is waiting.
Imagine Dennis not showing up. He's supposed to sing. What are we going to do for a song, Don? I mean, my contract with Lucky Strike says I've got to have a song every week.
Oh, Jack, I've got an idea.
What is it, Don?
Well, Frank Sinatra's rehearsing a special broadcast in Studio B, and maybe he'll come over and help you out.
Sinatra?
Yeah.
Say, that would be great.
Oh, Mary, will you please go over to Studio B, and if Sinatra's there, ask him if he'll come over, will you?
Will I? I'll be glad to. Gee, am I excited? I better see if my stockings are straight. Or maybe Frankie'd like it better if I'd roll them down. There. That'll do it. Let's see. Studio B is at the other end of the hall. Da-da-da-da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-da-da. No, that's Jack's tune. He's liable to sue me. Gosh, I'll bet millions of girls all over the country would love to be in my place right now, going to see Frank Sinatra. But I don't feel any different. It hasn't the slightest effect on me at all. Steady, girl. Steady. Well, here goes.
All right, fellas. Let's rehearse for Beautiful once more, huh? Thank you very much, fellas. That was great, man. That'll be enough for today.
Frank. Frankie.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Frankie. Nice seeing you again.
Nice seeing you. Gee, you sure look gorgeous today, Mary.
Oh, steady, girl, steady. Say, Frank, I came to ask you to step over to our studio. Jack would like to see you.
Well, that's a coincidence. I was just going over to see him myself. I'm a little peeved at him. He's ruining my singing on the hit parade.
Well, I don't understand. How can Jack hurt your singing?
I can't hit those high notes anymore. He puts too much starch in my collars.
Oh, well, that's Rochester's fault. Jack's specialty is rough dry.
Well, that isn't my only complaint, Mary. Yesterday, my bundle of laundry came back and 2 of my handkerchiefs were missing. And they were the handkerchiefs that Crosby gave me for my birthday.
Well, how do you know they were the handkerchiefs Bing gave you?
They had chloroform on them.
Well, Jack doesn't want to see you about the laundry. He'd like to have you sing a song on his program.
Today?
Yes, right now.
Well, okay. Come on, let's go over and we'll have a talk with him. Where's Jack broadcasting from, Mary?
Right here in Studio C. Let's go in.
Okay, wait a second, Mary. I'll open the door for you. Thanks, Mary.
Oh, that's all right. I kill turkeys, too.
Listen, Don, if Fred Allen thinks he's that funny, he's got... Oh, hello, Frankie.
Hi, Jack. Do you want to see me?
Yes, come right in. By the way, you know my gang, don't you?
Sure, yeah. Where's Don Wilson?
Any place you look. Hey, Don, here's Frank Sinatra.
Well, hello, Frankie. Holy smoke, I'm surrounded.
Yeah, there's quite a difference in your size.
Oh, I got a goose pimple bigger than him.
Now, lie down, please. Now, Frank, I'll get right to the point. You see, Dennis couldn't be here today, so I'd like to have you sing a song on my program.
Well, I don't know.
It's strictly business, Frank. I mean, I intend to pay you.
You're going to pay?
Certainly. Frank, what are you doing?
I'm calling RKO. This is another miracle of the bells.
Well, you can hang up and we'll talk business. Now, how much would you want to sing just one song?
$5,000.
Why doesn't he fall down? I know he fainted.
Mary, please. Well, look, Frank, for $5,000, you sing both the verse and the chorus of a song, don't you?
Uh-huh.
Now, look, Frank, most people don't know the verse anyway. Now, what would you charge? What would you charge for just the chorus?
$3,000.
Well, you know, we wouldn't need a whole chorus. I wouldn't want to be cut off the air again. Now, Frankie, how much would you charge me for, say, 16 bars?
$1,500.
Gee, that's almost $100 a bar. Can't you give me something a little less expensive?
Well, for $10 I can blow my nose and see sharp. That might help you out a bit.
No, Frankie, I know you're short 2 handkerchiefs. You know.
Now, look, Jack, what's the use of dickering? My price is $5,000.
But, Frank, let's compromise. Look, I'll give you $500.
5,000.
501?
4,999.
502?
4,998.
503? Mary, what are you doing?
I'm calling Paramount. This is going to be another lost weekend.
Never mind. Now, Frank, since we're so close to an agreement on price, why don't you just do your song and we'll settle it after the program? I mean, we shouldn't haggle in front of the audience. You know, it makes you look cheap. You Now, come on, sing your song. Huh?
Well, okay, Jack. But who's going to accompany me?
Phil Harris's orchestra.
Oh, no. No, not that.
Well, wait a minute, Frankie. A few weeks ago on my show, they accompanied Bing Crosby.
I know, but he already made his.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll accompany you on the violin and Frank Remley on the guitar.
Frank Remley?
Yeah. That's Phil Harris's nature boy. Now, I'll get my violin. Oh, darn it. Excuse me, Frank. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester again.
Oh, what is it this time, Rochester?
Well, I'm listening to your program, and I just heard Frank Sinatra.
That's right. He's here. What about it?
Boss, you've got to get an Oscar to give back to Mr. Colman.
Yes?
Well, Mr. Sinatra won an Oscar a couple of years ago with a picture called The House I Live In.
Say, that's right. He did. Gee, I wonder if he'd lend it to me.
He might if he hasn't thrown it away.
Now, why in the world would he throw an Oscar away?
Could be jealousy. It weighs more than he does.
Gee, Rochester, I'm glad you told me about it. By the way, I think you're putting a little too much starch in Mr. Sinatra's collars. He looks like a dehydrated Herbert Hoover. Be careful, will you?
I will. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Now, look, Frank.
I'm all ready now, Jack. You get your violin.
Look, Frank, let's hold the song for a minute. I want to talk to you about something very important.
What is it, Jack?
No, not here. Let's go out in the hall.
Okay.
Now, Frank, I'm not going to beat around the bush. As you know, I lost Ronald Colman's Oscar, and I've got to get one to replace it.
Yeah?
Now, you won an Oscar, didn't you?
Yeah, we won it for the house I live in, Jack.
Well, look, Frankie, you can do me a great favor. I'll only need it for a few weeks. You see, I got to get an Oscar back to Ronald Colman before he comes
Hey,
over.
would you guys mind moving over? We're trying to vacuum this hall.
In a minute. They're always cleaning up around here. Now, Frankie.
Yes, Jack.
I've never been in such a spot in all my life. I'm not asking you to give me the Oscar. I just want you to lend it to me until we
Now,
get...
look, you guys. I'm trying to vacuum this corridor. I'm asking you once more to move.
Look, don't be in such a hurry, Bud. Now, Frankie, look. How about it? Let me have your Oscar.
Well, Jack, as long as you're in that kind of a spot and it's only for a few weeks, maybe I can arrange.
Frankie. Darn it, he got too close to the vacuum. Now I'll have to go outside and wait till they empty the bag. Everything happens to me. Gosh, where could they have emptied that vacuum cleaner? I've looked in every rubbish can in the alley here. Frankie, where are you? Well, he's not in this one. Go away, Kitty. I'm working this side of the alley. Frankie! Well, there's nothing left for me to do. Next week, I'll just have to go over and apologize to Ronald Colman.
Ronald Colman?
Yes. Good night, folks.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. ladies and gentlemen, we take you out to Jack Benny's house in Beverly Hills, where we find Rochester cleaning out the attic.
Well, I got all the magazines stacked up. Now I'll move this box over. Hello, what's this? I never saw these before. A bundle of Mr. Benny's old love letters. I wonder if I should... No, I'd be a heel if I read them. But what's the difference? Nobody will know I'm a heel but me. I ain't gonna tell anybody. I think I'll open this pink one first. Well, look at this. My darling Blossom Boy. I've been thinking of you all day. I still thrill to the memory of how you said goodnight to me and crushed me in your powerful arms. Powerful arms. That can't be the boss. I know how excited you must be about having been elected captain of our school football team. But I can't get over your reluctance to talk about it. You're so modest. Modest? That can't be the boss. We sure had fun celebrating your election at the ice cream parlor. And wasn't it lucky that I had my purse with me when you discovered you forgot your money? That's the boss. Thank you for inviting me to go to the junior prom with you on Friday night. But I'd better meet you on the corner. You see, Daddy is very angry with you, and in a way I don't blame him. I know that business is business, but why did you have to foreclose on our house? And another thing...
Oh, Rochester, and when you finish up here in the attic, What are you doing with those old letters?
I'm putting them away.
Rochester, have you been reading my old love letters?
Oh, no, boss, not me.
Well, then put them away and straighten up this pile of books in the corner.
Okay, Blossom Boy.
Oh, so you have been reading them.
Just one of them, boss. The one that signed Eloise.
Eloise. Oh, yes, Eloise Stanley. Rochester, you should have seen her. Long blonde curls, big brown eyes, rosy cheeks. And when she smiled, she had the prettiest gold brace you ever saw. 18 carats. Now, come on, let's finish straightening the attic. Now, put that carton on top of the trunk.
Yes, sir. How about putting it... Boss, what are you looking at?
This old picture album. Most of them were taken when I was a kid.
Oh, yeah. Say, who's that man in this picture here? A relative?
No, he was my first violin teacher. May he rest in peace. And oh, look, here's a picture of me taken when I was 2 years old. Look at me lying there in bed, hugging that big teddy bear.
Yeah. Doggone, it's almost as big as the one you sleep with now.
Not quite. And this is my sister Florence.
Who's that on the other page?
Oh, that's my second violin teacher. May he rest in peace. Oh, look, here's a picture of my graduating class in grammar school.
Gee, that's sure a nice-looking bunch of kids. Wait a minute, boss. I don't see you.
Oh, I took the picture. I had a little photography business on the side. Now, look, here's a picture of our house in Waukegan.
Sure is a nice place. Who's the man standing out in front?
Oh, he's my third violin teacher.
Is he resting in peace?
I don't know. He ran away and joined the Foreign Legion. Now, Rochester, here's a picture. Oh, that must be some of my gang. We're going to rehearse here today. I'll see you later. There was a boy. They used to call him Blossom Boy. La, 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 la. Coming. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
What are you giggling about, kid?
Oh, this morning I went out in my yard and caught a gopher.
Why should I make you laugh?
I got him in my shirt and he tickles.
Dennis, you got a gopher inside your shirt?
No, I just said that for a joke. Why didn't you laugh?
Joke?
You've got no sense of humor at all.
Look.
No wonder you've only got one show.
Listen, close the door and come inside, will you?
Am I on time for rehearsal, Mr. Benny?
You're the first one here. I asked you to come a little early on purpose. Did you receive your new contract, Dennis? I mailed it to you last week.
Oh, yes, Mr. Benny, but I didn't like it.
What was wrong?
There was 2 cents due on the postage.
Well, your raise will take care of that.
Oh.
Anyway, I'm glad you received it. Did you sign the contract?
Oh, I was going to, but it hasn't come back from the doctor yet.
What?
My mother knows how you like to hide closets, so she's having it x-rayed.
Oh, your mother. She's never satisfied with anything.
Oh, you're wrong about that. She liked the present I gave her this morning for Mother's Day.
Say, today is Mother's Day. What'd you give your mother, Dennis?
Oh, something she's always wanted. So I had them made for her. A set of dishes. And every dish is shaped like an L.
Well, why would your mother want all her dishes L-shaped?
When she throws them at my father in case she misses, they come back to her.
L-shaped dishes. That's the silliest thing I ever heard of.
Yeah, she hasn't missed in 20 years.
That I can believe.
What did you get for Mother's Day, Mr. Benny?
Dennis. Why should I get presents on Mother's Day?
It's in our contract.
Oh, yes.
Gee, I don't know what to get you for Labor Day.
You'll think. You'll think of something, Dennis. Now, Dennis, what song you got to do on the program this afternoon?
Well, I thought I'd sing I'd Give $1 million tomorrow.
Well, good. Now run over it once for me before the rest of the gang gets here for rehearsal.
Yes, sir. How did you like it, Mr. Benny?
That was fine, Dennis, and it will probably sound even better, when you... Come in! Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Well, summer must be just around the corner when you come to rehearsal in a bare midriff.
Well, at least it's comfortable.
Yeah, but it must be very inconvenient.
What do you mean inconvenient?
No place to carry a gopher.
Dennis, I still. But Mary, I think those bare midriffs are a little immodest.
Immodest? Why, everybody out here wears them.
Well, my girlfriend Gladys doesn't.
That's not modesty. She doesn't want to show her tattooing.
Tattooing. One little battleship and you make a thing out of it. The only reason you girls dress like that is to attract attention.
You should talk after what you did at the beach last Thursday. You should have seen him, Dennis.
Oh, Mary, please.
He put on a pair of flame-colored swimming trunks and shaved the hair on his chest to spell out Gorgeous George.
Mary, I was only having a little fun. After all, you can't
Hey,
just...
boss, hello, Miss Livingston. Hello, Mr. Day.
Hello, Rochester.
What is it, Rochester?
I just finished cleaning the attic and I found your birth certificate.
My birth certificate? Give me that. I'll be back in a minute, Mary. I'm going to put it down in my vault.
Gee, Mr. Benny sure seemed upset about Rochester finding his birth certificate.
Well, Dennis, that's understandable. You see, Mr. Benny is a big star, and people in the public eye must keep their private affairs a secret.
I guess you're right. But how old do you think Mr. Benny is?
I don't know, but when the Pilgrims landed on Plymouth Rock, the first words they heard were hello again. Say, Dennis, have you signed your new contract yet?
No, my mother doesn't like some of the clauses. And besides, she thinks it ties me up for too long.
Well, how many years does Jack want you to sign up for?
It doesn't say. The clause just reads, for better, for worse, till death do us part.
What?
I don't know whether to sign it or give him his ring back.
Well, I guess I'd sign it. After all, we do have a very bright future. You have another show, Bill has another show, and when Jack opens his swimming pool for the summer, I have the towel concession. So you see, Dennis, we're really not...
Say, Mary, I happen to look out the window, and there's an express trunk out in front of the Colman. I wonder what's going on.
Well, Jack, didn't you know Ronnie and Benita are leaving for England tomorrow?
Gee, I didn't know that. So they're going to England, eh?
Yes, and this will be your last chance to go over there and explain to Ronnie what happened to his Oscar.
You're right, Mary. But see, I just haven't the courage to face him. Maybe if I... Get that, will you, Mary?
Okay. Hello, Mr. Benny's residence, star stage, screen, and radio. Mary the Towel Girl speaking.
Oh, hello, Liv. What are you doing at Grant's tomb?
Bill, where have you been keeping yourself? I haven't seen you for a couple of days.
Just came in from Salton Sea. I went out there with Guy Lombardo when he tried to break the speedboat record.
Gee, that must have been exciting.
Yeah, it was, Livy. You should have seen Lombardo's boat. It's 25 feet long, and you ought to see that motor.
Really?
Yeah, what a sound when he opened her up. 1,300 horsepower going boom, 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 boom.
Bill, what'd you call for? Do you want to speak to Jack?
Yeah, the queen bee in the hive.
Oh, just a second. I'll call him. It's Bill, Jack. He wants to talk to you.
Okay. Hello?
Hiya, Dad. Hey, just called to tell you I'm going to be late for rehearsal.
Late, why?
Well, Sammy, my drummer, just got married, and he asked me to stand up for him.
Well, I hope you made it. So, Sammy finally got married, huh? Was it a nice wedding?
Yeah, everything went along swell. Except that just 5 minutes ago, Sammy took a punch at Remley because he caught him kissing the bride.
But Phil, at a wedding, you're supposed to kiss the bride.
I know, but he caught Remley doing it last night.
Stop switching old jokes, and I hope that they didn't spoil the wedding.
No, everything went off fine. What a classy affair, Jackson. The church was filled with flowers, everybody was dressed beautiful, then suddenly a hush fell on the crowd, and the bride and groom walked slowly down the aisle as the organ plays. That's what I like about the South.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Phil, you mean to say the organ at the wedding, the organ played, that's what I like about the South?
Well, what did you expect at a wedding? Tiger rag?
No, I guess not. Unless two tigers are getting married. Anyway, Phil, hurry over as soon as you can, will you?
I'll be there. Goodbye, Dad.
Goodbye. Phil's going to be a little late, kid, so as soon as Don comes, we'll start the rehearsal.
Look, Jack, before we start, don't you think you ought to go over to Ronald Colman's house and apologize to him for losing his Oscar?
Well, that can wait till next week.
But he's leaving for England tomorrow.
I can't help it. This whole thing was Colman's fault.
Colman's fault?
Certainly. This never would have happened if he hadn't won the Oscar in the first place. Believe me.
Mr. Benny's right.
Certainly.
Mr. Colman should be smart and make pictures like The Horn Blows at Midnight.
Darn tootin'. Anyway, Mary, it wasn't my fault that the Oscar was stolen from me.
I know, Jack, but the least you can do is go over and explain the whole thing to him.
Well, okay. I'll go over to the Colmans after rehearsal. Gee, I hope he's not too angry.
You all finished packing, Ronnie?
I will be in just a minute, Benita.
Dear darling, I'm really thrilled about our trip.
Yes. Ah, to be in England now that James Mason's over here.
Oh, Ronnie. Now, go on. Hurry and finish your packing.
Well, it won't take long. I hope we have a nice crossing. How's the weather on the North Atlantic this time of year?
It's rather cold and windy.
Oh, I'd better take a pair of the long ones. Say, Benita, did you call the newspaper office and tell them to forward our copies to London?
Oh, no, that'd be silly. They have all the news in the English papers.
Well, they don't have Little Orphan Annie.
Yes, they do. Only they call her their parentless Penelope.
Good.
Say, isn't it a shame you haven't got the Oscar to take to England with you?
Oh, darling, please. My doctor told me not to discuss that.
Well, don't give up hope yet. Why don't you go over and speak to Jack Benny? I mean, the Oscar must be around someplace. Things don't just disappear.
Oh, they don't, eh? 9 years ago, a gas man went into Benny's house and hasn't been seen since. Now, let's forget it.
All right. I'll help you finish packing. See, you'll want to take these shirts.
Oh, Benita, careful. I'll pack those shirts myself.
That's all right. I don't mind helping. Here, you put them in, Ronnie! Look what fell from between these shirts! Your Oscar!
Yes, so it is.
Well, you certainly don't seem very surprised at finding it.
Benita, let's finish the packing.
There's something very peculiar going on. When did you get your Oscar back?
Well, we'll discuss it on the boat, darling.
We'll discuss it now. Tell me everything.
All right, but I don't know all the details myself. I'll have our chauffeur tell you. Eddie. Eddie, will you please come in here a moment?
Ronnie, you've had the Oscar right in this house, and you let Jack Benny suffer all these weeks?
Yes. Ha ha ha! Life can be beautiful. I'm sorry you discovered it so soon. I could have made Benny...
You wanted to see me, Mr. Coleman?
Oh, yes, Eddie, yes. Mrs. Colman has discovered our little secret, and I want you to tell her the whole story about the Oscar.
Oh, that. Well, you see, ma'am, Mr. Coleman was pretty fed up with Jack Benny's constant borrowing. So the night he borrowed the Oscar, Mr. Coleman tipped me off and told me what to do. Well, I went out in front of the house. I was hiding behind a tree. And when Mr. Benny came out of your house and walked down Hey, Bud. Huh? You got a match?
Yes, I have one right here.
Don't make a move. This is a stick-up.
Mister, put down that gun.
Shut up, I said this is a stick-up. Now, come on. Your money or your life? Look, Bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
Now, look, mister.
And I'll take that package you're carrying, too.
This package? But it isn't mine. It belongs to Ronald Colman. He wired...
Lay down and give it to me or I'll drill you.
All right, here it is.
Now, lay down the sidewalk and count to 100.
Yes, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10.
And that's exactly what happened, ma'am. And when I brought the Oscar right in the house and gave it to Mr. Colman.
Well, thank you, Eddie. You may go now.
Yes, sir.
Well, don't stare at me like that, darling. It was time Benny was taught a lesson, and I'm glad I did it.
Ronnie, that was an awfully mean thing to do. And I love you for doing it.
Well, I'm glad you see it my way. Benita, are you sure the expressmen picked up all the trunks?
Yes. Now let's finish these valises, and then we'll,
Answer the door, will you, darling? I'm trying to close this bag.
All right. Oh, hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Benita. I heard you were going to England, so I brought you this as a going-away gift.
Oh, what a beautiful bouquet of white roses.
You really like them?
Why, they're my favorite flower. In fact, I have a bush of them right over there. Funny, they were there this morning.
Well, I was afraid that while you were in England, they might wither and die, you see. So
Who's at the door, Benita?
It's Mr. Benny. He's come to say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Come on in, Jack. Ronnie's in the other room.
Well, almost packed, I see.
Yes, Jack, and tomorrow we'll be on our way.
Ronnie, I thought on the boat, time might hang heavy on your hands, so I brought you this book. Here.
Well, thank you, Jack. Nice of you to return it.
By the way, Benita, I want to give you a little advice.
What's that, Jack?
Well, while you're in England, if anyone wants to sell you any cashmere, tweeds, or woolens, grab them because they're a good buy.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. No! Wait. Look, I might as well tell you the real reason I came over here.
The real reason?
Yes, Ronnie. I know you won't believe this, but the night I borrowed your Oscar, I was held up.
No.
Cross my heart and hope my swimming pool loses money this summer. Now, Ronnie, after losing your Oscar, I was so embarrassed I did everything I could to avoid you. I was afraid you'd see me. I practically lived in hiding. Every Sunday I had to sneak out of my house down to NBC. Then after my broadcast, I'd sneak out of the studio.
Well, didn't you always do that?
Only on Sundays.
Well, Jack, it's funny you should be held up practically in front of our house.
Oh, it was a harrowing experience. You'll never know what I went through to protect your Oscar. Would you like me to tell you about her?
We'd love to hear it.
Well, the night I borrowed your Oscar, I left your house and was walking down the sidewalk, humming in my usual carefree.
Hey, Bud.
Huh?
You got a match?
Yes, I have one right here.
Don't make a move. This is a stick-up.
A stick-up? Put down that gun, or by heaven, I'll make you rue the day that you were born. Put it down, I say!
Now, take it easy, mister. You'll get hurt. I'm not alone. I have a ferocious lion here.
A lion? That lion doesn't scare. Quiet you, I'll slap your teeth in. Take that! And now for you, tough guy.
Mister, please don't hurt me. Hey, fellas, come here. Help!
Why, you sniveling, white-livered, cringing coward. Take that!
Hey, fellas, he knocked me down. Come on, help me. Okay, Chief, here we come. This guy's a tough one. We'll have to use our last resort. Give it to him.
It was a long time coming, but...
That rocket bomb stunned them a little. Come on, fellas. We better get out of here.
That was the last thing I heard, Ronnie. When I came to, all 500 of them were gone. And so was your Oscar. But I really did my best to protect it.
Stout fellow.
I protected that Oscar with my life.
That sounds pretty good, Johnny, but it ain't the way I heard it.
What?
Look, Jack, I might as well tell you. You can stop worrying about the Oscar. It was returned to me.
Who? How? When? What? How? Who?
All right now, Jack, don't ask any questions. The important thing is I got it back.
Well, that's wonderful. See, I've never felt so happy in my life. Now, look, Ronnie, if you had to give a reward to get the Oscar back, or ran into any other expense, don't worry. You're insured.
Yeah, I know.
Come on, Ronnie, we've got to finish our packing.
Pardon me, Mr. Colman. Do you want me to take the polices out to the car?
Yes, Eddie, and be sure
Ronnie!
to see that...
Benita! Look, that's him! The man that helped me out!
Ronnie! Jack jumped right through the window.
And look at him run.
Gee, Mr. Colman, I'm sorry I frightened him.
He certainly left in a hurry.
Yeah, he sure did. I'll take his shoes back to him in the morning.
Ronnie, ferocious lion.
Rocket bomb.
Good night, folks.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present to you a man whose charm and personality have gained him millions of admirers. A man who's not only loved for his... Wait a minute, I must have the wrong script. This is introducing Robert Taylor.
That's right, Don. Jack has gone away on a week's vacation, and Robert Taylor is taking his place. He should be here any minute.
Robert Taylor? Oh, that's wonderful. But, Mary, I still can't get over Jack's just packing up and going away on a trip.
Well, it's more than just a trip, Don. Jack is spending a glorious week in New York.
What made him decide to go so suddenly?
He won it on the bride and groom program.
The bride and groom program. Oh, you mean that our own little Jackie boy ran off and got married?
Well, not exactly, Don, but Jack figured here was a way to get a trip for nothing, so he got someone to go through the ceremony with him.
But what girl would go along with a gag like that? Mary, what are you laughing at?
He couldn't get a girl, so he hired a man with a tuxedo, and Jack wore his Charlie's Aunt costume. With a veil yet.
Well, Mary, if it was all a gag, why didn't he come to you with the idea?
He did. That's why he wore the veil. I punched him in the nose. Anyway, Don, till Bob gets here, I think that we
Hiya, Dante. Hello, Livy, you little May Company magnolia.
Hello, Phil.
Hey, Livy, where's Jackson?
Jack won't be on the program today.
Oh, he won't? What's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. He just decided to take a vacation. He needed a rest.
Well, it's his own fault.
What?
If Jackson had hired a truck instead of carrying his money to the bank, he wouldn't be so worn out.
No, Phil, Jack doesn't have that much money.
He don't, huh? When Jackson goes to the bank to make a deposit, he's carrying so many bags, the teller puts on a red cap and meets him at the door.
Phil.
And then the vice president grabs a microphone and yells, "Leaving on track 5, another load for Fort Knox."
Okay, Phil. You don't have to start being such a big comedian just because Jack is off this week. He got Robert Taylor to fill in for him.
He got who?
Robert Taylor.
Oh, you mean Spangler Arlington Brew? Spangler Arlington Brew.
Well...
Wait a minute. Let's just mull over that. Don't get in a hurry, Liv. We can cut that up into some pretty parts, you know.
Well, Phil, that's his real name, but on the screen he's known as Robert Taylor.
How do you like that?
What's the matter, Phil?
Well, why does Jackson want to get somebody else when he's got me? Why, baby, I'm radio's answer to the governor of Alabama. Me, little Philzy. Yes, that pretty thing. The kid with a soothing personality.
Phil, your personality is about as soothing as an eye wash with Tabasco sauce. So whether you like it or not, Robert Taylor's going to be on the show.
Okay, but if he don't show up pretty soon, I'm taking over.
Oh, no, you're not.
Oh, Mary, maybe we ought to check and see if Bob has started for the studio yet, huh?
Oh, that's a good idea, Don. I think I will.
Oh, Gertrude. What is it, Mabel? The line on your switchboard is flashing. I know. Then why don't you answer it? If I do, it'll stop flashing, and it's the only thing that ever winks at me. Well, then I'll answer it. Hello?
Operator, this is Miss Livingston. Will you get me Robert Taylor's house? And please hurry, because Mr. Taylor's going to take Mr. Benny's place on the show today.
1 moment, please. What is it? It's nothing. It seems that Mr. Benny can't be on the show, so Robert Taylor's taken his... Robert Taylor! Mabel, snap your eyes back in. I can't. One of them is plugged into the switchboard. Here, I'll help you. Thanks. Gee, imagine Robert Taylor coming on Jack Benny's program in person. What a personality. What a smile. Oh, he's so tall and handsome and cute. Yeah. He's sort of a Phil Harris with brains. Why, Gertrude Gearshift, how can you make such an expostulation? Phil Harris isn't even cute. Mabel Flapsaddle. Listen, let's give credit where credit is due. I say Phil Harris is cute. Cute. Take away Alice Faye, and what have you got? 180 pounds of ham hocks and turnip greens. I wonder why Jack Benny isn't on the show. Do you suppose he's sick? Oh, he can't be. I saw him at the bank yesterday talking to a red cap. Imagine Robert Taylor being on Jack Benny's program. Yeah. Why, if Robert Taylor walked down the corridor right now, I'd get to him if I had to jump through that plate glass window. Well, you can jump at him if you want to. I'll wait here and catch you when he throws you back. Mabel, if you're trying to be funny, you
Operator.
Oh, I'm sorry, but Robert Taylor doesn't answer.
Well, thank you. Don. Don, Bob must be on his way over. I just called his house and he doesn't answer. In the meantime, Phil, maybe we ought to... Oh, that must be Bob now. Come in.
Okay, where is he? Where is he?
Well, wait a minute, mister. I don't know who you're looking for, but you must have the wrong place.
No, I ain't. I'm looking for a guy named Benny.
Look, Bub, we're doing a show here. Now, what do you want with Benny?
I married him yesterday on Bride and Groom.
What?
Oh, you're the fella Jack hired to...
Yeah, I want my dough.
Dough?
While the organ was playing Oh Promise Me, he promised me $10.
$10?
It was worth 20 holding that wrinkled old hand.
Well, I'm sorry, but Mr. Benny's out of town. He left right after the ceremony.
Well, how do you like that? He goes on a honeymoon and leaves me here with my wife and kids.
Oh, now, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, fella. When Mr. Benny comes back, I'm sure he'll give you the $10.
And 50 cents. He made me pay for the rice.
Oh. Okay.
Oh. That is a darndest thing.
That was Phil Harris and his You Can Turn the Radio On Again, Jack. They're through orchestra. Say, Barry, when's Robert Taylor going to get here?
As soon as the sound effect man knocks on the door. Thanks. Come in.
Hello, everybody. I hope I'm not late.
Hey, kids, look who's here, Robert Taylor.
Hello, Mary.
Shangri-La with a widow's peak. Gee, Bob, I'm certainly glad to see you.
Well, I'm lucky to be here. As I came down the hall, something jumped at me through a plate glass window.
A plate glass window? Oh, my goodness, Bob, let me wipe that blood off your cheek.
That isn't blood, that's lipstick. It kissed me.
Oh, well, anyway, Bob, it's certainly nice of you to come over and fill in for Jack.
Glad to do it, Mary.
I think you know everyone. This is Don Wilson.
Oh, sure. How are you, Don?
That's the control booth. Don's over here.
Hiya, Bob. Nice to see you.
And, Bob, I'm sure you know Phil Harris.
Yes, as a matter of fact, a couple of months ago, I took his place with Alice.
Wait a minute, Rollo. Ain't nobody takes my place with Alice.
Well, Phil, I didn't really mean that. I just meant that when you were in Denver, I took your place on the Fitch bandwagon.
I know, but you wouldn't have been there if Alice hadn't have tricked me.
Tricked you?
Yeah, she told me she was hiring Spangler Arlington Brew. With a name like that, I thought it must be a ballet dancer.
Well, that's funny. I've seen you lead an orchestra, and I thought you were Gilda Gray.
Fellas, don't argue. Jack won't like us.
Oh, hello, Don. Hiya, Phil. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Dennis.
Gee, Mr. Benny, those must be wonderful vitamin pills you're taking.
Dennis, that isn't Mr. Benny. It's Robert Taylor.
Robert Taylor?
Yes, I'm a ballet dancer.
Dennis, this is Robert Taylor, the movie star.
Gosh, Mr. Taylor, my mother's crazy about you. She even keeps your picture under the icebox.
Under the icebox?
She doesn't want my father to know she's got your picture.
Oh.
The other day, my father came into the kitchen, and oh, boy, did my mother think fast.
She did, huh?
Yeah, when my father said, "What are you doing with your head under the icebox?" she said, "I'm looking at the drip."
Dennis! Dennis, how can you say that?
Let him alone.
Spangler Arlington Brew.
Hey, tell me something, Spang. I don't blame you for changing your name, but how'd you happen to pick Robert Taylor?
Well, it was by accident. When the studio told me that I needed a stage name, I thought of a lot of them. Didn't know which one to take, so I picked one out of a hat.
Gee, that's a coincidence. When I was born, my mother picked my middle name out of a hat.
Really, Dennis? What is your middle name?
Sweatband.
Dennis, go sit down.
Oh, Bob.
I used to play a musical instrument.
You did, Dennis?
Yeah, but one day my mother got mad at my father and threw it at him, and it got smashed against the wall.
Oh, that's too bad. What instrument was it?
The piano.
Well, that's terrible, Dennis. Did anybody get hurt?
Just me. I was still sitting on the stool.
don't you go sit down and...
I'll get it, Mary. Hello? Yes, operator, this is Robert Taylor. New York calling? Say, Mary, it must be Jack. Hello? Hello, Jack. How are you? I know this is long distance, but how much does it cost to say, how are you? What'd you call for? Not enough laughs on the program. Gee, I can't understand that. I'm really working hard. I've even got my coat off. My pants? I will not. What's that, Jack? You want to talk to Mary? Just a minute. Mary wants to talk to you.
Oh, thanks, Bob. Hello, Jack. Where are you staying? Sherry Netherlands? Oh, that's good. What are you doing? Oh, having dinner in the bridal suite? What are you having? Oh, boiled rice. Look, Jack, I better hang up. I'm beginning to sound like Jessel. What? Oh, all right, I'll tell him. Goodbye. Dennis, Jack wants you to sing your song right now.
Okay, Toots.
Toots?
I call you babe, but she's your sister.
Okay, Dennis, go ahead and sing.
That was Dennis Day singing Blue Shadows on the Trail from Walt Disney's picture Melody Time featuring Dennis Day. And very good, Dennis.
Dennis who?
Dennis Sweatband.
Dennis, why don't you stop being so... Come in.
How do you do? My name is Nelson. I'm a photographer, and I was asked to come over here and take some pictures. They'll appear in the 5 magazines I work for.
5 magazines? What are they?
Peek, Pick, Click, Look, and Schnook.
Well, Mr. Nelson, if you're going to take pictures, you better get started.
Very well. I'll set up my equipment.
Hey, Nelson, is that little black box your camera?
No, it's my darkroom. I've got 2 midgets working in there.
Midgets?
Yes, they're half Melson. Aren't you glad you asked? And now for the pictures. I'll take Curly first. Are you ready?
Anytime you are. How do you want me, profile or full?
If I'd have wanted you full, I'd have caught you last night.
Mr. Nelson, you shouldn't talk that way.
Let him alone. Let him alone.
Anyway, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Taylor is the star of the show today, so why don't you take a picture of him?
Very well. Will you sit here in this chair and hold your cello between your knees?
Certainly. Like this?
That doesn't look too good. Lean the cello on your right knee. No. I'm trying to get something that shows you're a great athlete, but I can't seem to get it with a cello.
Well, if you want something sporty, I can slide it under me and ride it side saddle.
No, I'll think of something.
Well, in the meantime, how about taking a picture of me?
I'm sorry, but I don't take landscapes. But, you look like a good subject.
Me?
Yes. Did you ever have your picture taken?
Only once when I was 3 weeks old.
That was when you were a little baby. Didn't your mother take any of you growing up?
Well, she didn't have to. Each year she had the picture enlarged.
Enlarged?
In my last picture, I'm 9 feet tall with a diaper on.
Say, Mary, does Jack go through this every week with Dennis?
Why do you think he went away for a rest? Mr. Nelson, what about the picture?
Yeah, I'll do it right now. Come here, young man. Now, you stand right over here.
Here?
Yes, now hold it.
What?
Hold it. Very good, very good.
Well, that was silly. You made me hold the camera and I took your picture.
Oh, my goodness, I did it again. I've got 3 million pictures of myself.
Well, Mr. Nelson, let's get the pictures over with so it... Oh, I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Miss Livingston. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. how are you?
Oh, I feel all right now, but 2 days ago I didn't feel so good.
Oh, that's too bad.
But Mr. Benny sure was considerate.
He was?
Yeah, while I was dusting the house, Mr. Benny came over and said, Rochester, you don't look so good. And when I told him I didn't feel good, he said, well, you better hurry up and dust the house, wash the dishes, cut the lawn, trim the hedge, sweep the porch, clean the chimney, polish the silver, wash the woodwork, wax the floors, and get right to bed.
Well, Rochester, did you finally get to bed?
How could I? That was 2 days ago. I just finished washing the woodwork.
Well, Rochester, now that Mr. Benny is out of town, I think you ought to take the opportunity to get out of the house and get some fresh air.
Get out of the house?
What are you laughing at?
This chain is so short I can't even bring the milk in.
Oh, Rochester, you're just making up jokes.
Would I have called you if I had straight lines?
I thought so. Well, what did you call for?
I'd like to talk to Mr. Taylor.
Oh, just a minute. I'll call him. Oh, Bob, Rochester wants to talk to you.
Okay. Hello, Rochester. What is it?
Oh, Mr. Taylor, since you're going to be eating here for the next few days, what time would you like to have your dinner?
Well, would 7 o'clock be all right?
Yeah, that'll be okay.
And, Rochester, I'd like to have steak, potatoes, and peas.
I'm sorry, Mr. Taylor. I read the contract Mr. Benny gave you, and steak ain't on it.
Well, then, what do I get to eat?
Potatoes and peas.
Just potatoes and peas?
I've got the contract right here. I'll look up the clause that says peas. Clause 5, 12, 18. Oh, here it is. 27.
Is that the number of the clause?
No, that's the number of peas.
Oh, well, Rochester, what do I get for dessert?
What?
Dessert.
Dessert?
Yeah, that's something extra that's added to top off your dinner.
Well, when did they start that?
A couple of weeks ago. Well, anyway, Rochester, as long as it's only for a few days, just give me what's in the contract.
Okay, and Mr. Taylor, what time do you think you want to go to bed?
I'll sit up and listen to the radio for a while. Probably go to bed about 11.
Good. That'll give me plenty of time to lay out your pajamas and ballet slippers.
Thank you, Rochester. I'll see you in a little while. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Gee, Mary, the time is almost gone. I'd planned so many things I wanted to do on this program, but that photographer came in and took up all our time.
Well, Bob, I've got a confession to make. I sent for him.
You sent for him, but Mary, you almost spoiled the program.
Well, who cares? Now I've got pictures of me working with you so I can send them back to the girls at the May Company.
Mary, you used to work at the May Company? Well, what a coincidence.
Did you used to work there, too?
No, but that's where I buy my ballet slippers.
Well, what a small world, Playfield.
Say, Mary, I was just looking at this magazine, Radio Best, and Jack was picked as the #1 comedian.
Well, how do you like that?
What are you laughing at, Mary?
Jack's off the air 1 week, and already he's America's favorite comedian. Good night, doll.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Tennessee, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, last week the star of our show felt that he needed a vacation, so he took the week off and went to New York. But tonight, I'm happy to announce that the prodigal son has returned. And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I think that was a very fitting introduction because I do feel like a prodigal son.
Well, thank you, Jack, and welcome home.
And it's very appropriate, too. The prodigal son being welcomed by the fatted calf. Well, Don, it's good to be back, really.
Well, did you have a good time in New York, Jack?
Wonderful. I saw almost everybody I knew. Irving Berlin, B. Lilly, Ed Sullivan, Fred Allen, Jack Eigen.
Oh, so you saw Fred Allen, huh?
Yeah.
Well, how'd you find Fred?
I just pushed aside those bags, and there he was. Honestly, Don, he has the biggest bags over his eyes.
Over his eyes?
Yeah, he's wearing them in an upsweep this year. He got tired of stepping on them. But, you know, I saw Fred at his broadcast, and it's really amazing how lucky he's been.
What do you mean, lucky?
The way he ran a case of sinus into $1 million. Honestly, Don, the way Fred talks, he sounds... Well, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Welcome home.
Well, that's a fine welcome home. Haven't you got a great big kiss?
I had one, but last week I gave it to Robert Taylor.
All right, so couldn't you save a little kiss for me?
Jack, when Taylor takes over a show, he takes it all.
Well, I will say one thing. He did a wonderful job. And so did you, Mary. You were great last week. I was in New York and I heard it.
The kiss?
No, the show. Anyway, I had a wonderful vacation in New York. You know, this year they're having one of the most successful theatrical seasons they've ever had. They charge a lot of money, you know, for their tickets, but it's worth it. What shows? A Streetcar Named Desire, High Button Shoes, Inside USA, and Mr. Robert.
Oh, gosh, Jack, I certainly envy you. How did you like A Streetcar Named Desire?
Well, I didn't get to see that show. I'm sorry I missed it.
Oh, that's too bad. But, Jack, I'll bet you enjoyed High Button Shoes. I heard it was a great musical.
Yeah. Well, I didn't see that one either. You see, before I knew it, it was Thursday night, and that was the night I was going to see Mr. Robert.
Well, Jack, when I get to New York, that's the show I'm most anxious to see.
Mr. Robert?
Yes. How'd you enjoy that?
Well, that's the one I'm really sorry I missed. You see, I got as far as the lobby, and the girl in the box office made me so mad I wouldn't go in.
What'd she say to you?
$6.60, please.
$6.60, please. $6.60, please. Some smart Alex since you took over the show last week. $6.60. Anyway, money had nothing to do with it. Henry Fonda, the star of Mr. Roberts, gave me 2 passes. I wish I hadn't sold them. Now, what about you, Mary? Anything happened with you while I was away?
Oh, nothing much, except that I received another letter from my mother.
Your mother? Well, what does the Republican dark horse of Plainfield have to say?
I've got it right here. Do you want me to read it to you?
No, but you're going to do it anyway, so go ahead.
All right. My darling daughter,
As
Mary.
Alan would say, if you didn't read it, the program will be short. You know, go ahead. Read it. Says it every week. The same thing every week. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
My darling daughter, Mary. I received your letter, and I want to thank you for sending me $25 for Mother's Day. You're so generous. What other girl would send her mother a whole week's salary?
Gee, you are generous.
Mary, I bought myself a dress with some of the money, and with the rest of it, I bought Papa a beautiful monogram wallet to keep his unemployment checks in. And that reminds me, your sister Babe is no longer on vacation. A couple of weeks ago, she got a telegram from John L. Lewis telling her to go back to work.
Good old Babe. I'll never forget her in the Easter parade, strolling down the avenue with that lamp on her hat.
Jack, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary. Continue.
I heard you on the program last week, the broadcast you did with Robert Taylor. And I must say it was a wonderful show without Jack. It was the first time in 5 years that my Airwick took a Sunday off. No other news, so we'll close now. Your loving mother, Nature Girl Livingston.
You know, Mary, your mother writes some of the silliest...
Hello, Don. Hello, Mary.
Well, hello, Dennis.
Gee, Mr. Taylor, I don't know what happened to you since last Sunday, but you look awful now.
Dennis, for heaven's sake, I'm not Robert Taylor. Look over here. I'm Jack Benny.
Oh, I don't blame you for being mad.
Well, Dennis, aren't you happy that Mr. Benny's back?
I certainly am. You know, Mr. Benny, while you were gone, I sure missed you.
Well, thanks, kid.
You know, you wouldn't believe it, but I was like a lost soul. I felt awful. I couldn't even eat.
Well, that's a shame.
Yeah. Next time you go away, you ought to pay us in advance.
Dennis, you've got a lot of nerve suggesting anything like that. After all, Mary was on last week's program, too. She didn't mention anything about being paid.
Well, she doesn't care about money. She got kissed by Robert Taylor.
What?
He wouldn't even put his arm around me.
Dennis.
I may not look like much, but he ought to taste my potato pancakes.
Dennis, stop being so silly, will you? Hey, get ready for your song.
Okay.
Mary, before I forget, will you wait and drive me home after the broadcast?
Where's your car?
Well, I'm thinking of getting a new one, so I sent Rochester out to see if he can get a good trade in, you see. I hope that he can.
Hiya, Livy. Hello, kid. Well, look who's back, little boy Blue Eyes. Hiya, Jackson.
Hello, Phil. How's Encino's answer to it pays to be ignorant? That's one he didn't know was in there. We had another one written in. Wasn't nearly as funny as this one. Huh?
Oh, I'm fine, Dad.
Are you?
Glad you're back, Dad.
Yeah?
What'd you think of the program we did last week without you?
I thought it was an excellent show. I thought Robert Taylor did a wonderful job.
Who did a wonderful job?
Robert Taylor.
You don't by any chance mean Spangler Arlington Brew.
Yes, what about it?
Spangler Arlington Brew. Oh, Spangy. What a name, Brew. Before I met him, I didn't know whether I was supposed to shake his hand or blow the foam off it.
Well.
Anyway, what'd you have to get him for when you got me? Me, the one and only inimitable Harris.
Well, you're not inimitable. It's just that nobody wants to be like you. I'm surprised you pronounced it right. Now, look at Dennis.
Wait a minute.
What?
I don't care what you say. I'd much rather be like me than Spangler Arlington Brew.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Phil. What do you got against Robert Taylor?
Burns me up. He's married to a beautiful actress. He's a good-looking guy. He's got nice wavy hair and a great personality.
So what, Phil? You're married to a beautiful actress. You're a good-looking guy. You've got nice wavy hair. And you've got a great personality, too.
I know.
Well, what about it?
Nothing. Just wanted to hear you say it.
All right, Phil, I said it. Now, Dennis, Phil, are you taking bows or is your head so big it keeps bending you over? Now, come on, Dennis, let's have your song.
Well, what do you want me to sing?
I don't know. What do you got prepared?
Potato pancakes.
All right, sing that. Sing anything, will you? Short and great. That was Haunted Heart sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in answer to thousands of requests, as our feature attraction tonight, we are going to repeat our version of that great Universal International production, The Egg and I.
Jack, how come we aren't doing a new play tonight?
Because in order to do a new play, it has to be written. And my writers lost their typewriter at the opening of Hollywood Park. Now, in this sketch, I will...
All right, so they lost their typewriter at the races. Couldn't they dictate the script to their secretary?
They lost her, too. She looked so forlorn as they pushed her through the $5 window. Now, in this sketch, I will play the part of... Oh, darn it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Billy. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. Have you done anything about trading my car in?
Yeah, I was busy all morning. First, I took it to Madman Munch. He looked the car over very carefully, but he didn't offer much.
Well, how much did he appraise it for?
Boss, when a car gets that old, they don't appraise it, they weigh it.
Oh.
So then I drove over to Honest John's place. He looked at the car and offered us $10.75.
Well, of all the nerve. The license plate alone is worth that much.
That's the only part he wanted. Trifle discouraged but undaunted, I drove to the Smiling Irishman's lot. And there's where we had a little tough look.
Why, what happened?
As the smiling Irishman climbed into our car to inspect it, he slammed the door and the fender fell off.
Which fender?
The fender.
Oh, my goodness. Then what did you do?
I decided to go home.
Uh-huh.
And while I was driving down Wilshire Boulevard, something went wrong with the steering wheel and the car ran right into the La Brea tar pit.
Oh, that's terrible.
Worse than you think. The pit threw it back out again.
Well, gee, Rochester, I expect you to sell the car today. You can try it again tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Now, come on, kids. Let's get on. Let's get on with our play. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed with our version of The Egg and I. In this sketch, I will be Fred McMurray, and Mary Livingston will be Claudette Colbert.
What part am I going to play, Jack?
Well, Don, the scene takes place on a farm, so you can play the part of our pig.
Oh, Jack, every time you do a farm sketch, I play the part of a pig. I want to do something else.
Well, what would you like to be, Don?
A canary.
Don, you a canary?
Peep, 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 peep.
Well, that's not so bad. All right, Don, you can be the canary. And now, ladies and gentlemen, The Egg and I. As the scene opens, we find the newlyweds, Claudette and Fred, driving out to their new home. Gee, Claudette, I hope you like the new farmhouse I bought.
Oh, I will, Mr. McMurray.
You can call me Mac. You know, honey, I can't believe we're really married at last.
Yeah. It was such a wonderful wedding ceremony. But you were so nervous.
I was not nervous.
You were, too. You put the ring on your own finger, kissed the best man, and gave the preacher a potato pancake.
Well, a friend of mine makes them. But, darling, wasn't it exciting as we drove away from the church with those old shoes tied in back of the car?
Yeah.
I wonder what made them bounce like that.
My mother was still in them.
Oh, yes, I cut her loose when we went through Anaheim. They can always use another smudge pot there. Oh, look, there's our farmhouse. Here we are. Look, darling, there's our new home.
Gee, it sure looks run down.
Yeah, but we'll fix it up. There's the real estate man. Oh, Mister.
How do you do?
How do you do? I just bought this house. You're the man from the real estate office, aren't you?
Yes, Nelson's the name. I'm here to show you around.
Gee, what a peculiar style of architecture this house has. It's not French Normandy. Is it early American?
No, crummy colonial.
Let's go inside. Come on, honey.
All right.
I'm talking to my wife.
Oh. Just follow me, folks, and I'll show you through the house. This is the living room. This is the dining room. And this is the bedroom.
Gee. Mr. Nelson, does the bathroom have a tile floor?
Shall we go out and see?
Mr. Nelson, I'd like to see the kitchen.
Right through this door. There, isn't it a beauty?
Well, I don't know. The stove looks very old and awfully dirty.
Oh, that's just a little dust. I'll blow it off.
Mister, have you tried Sen-Sen?
What?
Well, it's getting kind of late. I better go.
Goodbye, Mr. Nelson.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Nelson, stop kissing her.
Well, if Robert Taylor doesn't care, why should you?
Well, darling, here we are in our own little home. We better start getting to sleep, too. On a farm, you know, you have to get up at 4 in the morning.
You're right, sweetheart. But it's so nice to be alone, just the two of us.
Yeah. Well, darling, good night.
Good night.
Get out of here! Darling. Darling, you're snoring.
No, that's the rooster. It's morning.
Oh. Will you hurry and get breakfast ready? I'll go out and milk the cows. Good thing I slept in my clothes. My, it's pitch dark this early in the morning. Now, where's that milking pail? Ah, here it is. Easy, bossy, easy. That's a good girl, bossy. Easy, bossy, easy. Gee, I can't seem to find... Uh-oh, wrong end. Now, easy, bossy, easy. Now, hold still, Mel, while I fix the pail and stool. There, bossy, there. That's a good girl. Hold still while I fix the pail and stool. There. Oh, la, 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 la. 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 Better change.
Oh, Fred, are you through milking?
I'm not, but I think the cow is. Hey, what are you holding?
Oh, look, I just found it. It's a black kitten with a white stripe down its back.
Well, shucks, if that isn't the cutest Kitty, have you tried Sen-Sen? Now, Claudette, don't stand around. We got to feed the animal.
Okay. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, look, Fred. Isn't it cute the way our canary follows us around?
Yeah, now, shoo, canary, shoo. We got to feed the chickens. Here, chick, 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 chick. Here, chick, chick, chick. Come on, chick, chick. Here's some corn for you.
Oh, Fred, look at the hen sitting on the nest.
Where? Oh, yes.
That's all, folks.
See, now we got to get breakfast. Well, I better get some oats for the horse, hay for the cow, and... What happened?
Our canary stepped on the pig and killed it.
Gee, that's too bad. What a canary. I should have gotten suspicious when he bent the bars in his cage. Now, let's get... Oh, look, here comes someone. Hello?
Howdy, neighbors, howdy. Zeke Harris is my name. Live right over the hill.
Well, you have a farm over there?
Yep, I raise little of this, little of that, mostly corn.
For your pig?
No, for my still.
Oh, you have a still?
Yeah, she'll make 20 gallon a day.
20 gallons a day? That isn't much.
Ain't bad, my old lady don't drink.
We just moved in here, Zeke. How long you been living around this section?
Well, little lady, let me see. Now, I moved here in 1918. It's 1948. That's 16 years.
Wait a minute, Zeke. From 1918 to now is 30 years you've lived here.
We don't count the 14 years of prohibition as living, son.
Oh, got any children?
Yep, I got 2 sons, but we ain't seen them since they ran away with the circus 10 years ago. Sure miss the boy.
Well, it's a shame both of them left. Maybe one of them will come back.
Ain't likely. They're Siamese twins.
Oh, Siamese twins?
Yeah, they're pretty attached to each other. Oh, Zeke, you're the barnyard's answer to Phil Harris.
Your neighbors, howdy, Zeke. Good to see you all.
Well, hello. How are you?
Maul Kettle's the name. Live right down the road.
Which house?
No house, just down the road.
No, how? Yep, she's married to Paul Kettle, the laziest man in the state.
He's the laziest man in the world. He won't even pick his teeth. I had to go down to the store and pick 'em for it.
No kidding.
Well, what do you know? Here comes Paul Kettle, the lazy critter now. Name is Dennis, but folks call him Paul.
Hiya, Paul.
Hiya, Zeke. Hiya, folks. Ma, put your arms around me and squeeze me. I feel like exhaling.
Better talk a little faster. We won't get off the show.
Well, that feels better. Any place to lie down around here?
Oh, Paul, stand up for a while.
Oh, by the way, what are you folks figuring on raising here?
Chickens.
I wouldn't try it if I were you. Tried to raise some myself a few years ago. Never had any luck.
What happened?
I bought 10 hens. They laid a lot of eggs, but none of them ever did hatch.
How many roosters did you have?
Oh, roosters! Well, I guess I better be going along now. Got to go home and help my pig write a letter.
Your pig writes letters?
I just tell him how to spell. He already has the pen and ink. Oh, Paul Kettle, you're sharper than a potato pancake.
You said it.
Well, look, folks, my husband and I are just going in to have breakfast. Why don't you come in and join us?
It's okay with me.
Me too. Pick me up, Ma.
Well, come on, let's all go in. Hey, wait a minute. What happened to Zeke? Where's Zeke Harris?
Oh, he had to run along. He's got his own show.
What?
I can stay till Wednesday.
Oh, good. Come, folks. Breakfast is on me.
On you?
Yes, we haven't got a table. Oh, Claudette, you've only been on the farm one day, but you've got corn all over you.
You said it, and we just made it. Come on, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity to thank Robert Taylor for taking my place on the program last week. He certainly did a great job. And Mary, answer the phone, will you?
Okay. Hello? Yes, he's here. It's for you, Jack. It's your sponsor.
Oh. What? Robert Taylor? No, he was on last week. But he was only supposed to be on for 1 week. But I don't need another vacation. Look, I don't want to go to New York. I've been there. Where? I don't want to go there either.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we'd like to take you out to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills. It's evening, and Jack has just finished dinner and is relaxing in his usual way.
You know, Rochester, I always like to play my violin after dinner. So it soothes and relaxes me. I hope it doesn't bother you.
Oh, no, I haven't had my dinner yet.
Good. You know, Rochester, I often think what a fool I was not to have made the violin my career. You know, I might have become a great virtuoso, but no. Instead, I had to become a comedian, a clown, a buffoon.
What a rich buffoon.
That's the wrong attitude. The world would be better off if people had a different viewpoint. You know, money isn't everything. Remember what Shakespeare said. He who steals my purse steals trash.
I wish you'd throw some of that garbage on me.
I don't feel like going to bed. I think I'll go in the den and listen to the radio. Now, hello, Polly. Daddy's going to listen to the radio.
Fred Allen stinks. Fred Allen stinks.
Maybe I shouldn't have taught her that. But then she'd have found out herself. Yeah, I wonder what's on the air right now.
Friends, do you have a tendency to be a little too fat around the waist? You do? Well, what you need is exercise. First, stand in front of your fireplace. That's right. Now lift your right leg. Higher, higher, higher. Now rest your foot on the mantelpiece. Have you got one foot on the floor and one foot on the mantelpiece? Good. We now leave the air until the same time tomorrow.
That's ridiculous. I wonder what else is on. Gee, it's hard to reach the dial with one foot on the mantelpiece. There, I made it.
This is Blanche Stewart, your daily beauty consultant. Ladies, is your skin rough and dry? Are your pores large and coarse? Is your complexion dull and blotchy? Is your hair stringy and full of snarls? It is? Well, stay in the house, kid. You're a mess.
I don't know. There must be something on the air tonight besides commercials. Oh, there's a phone. Hello?
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Jack, are we going to have rehearsal at your house or NBC?
What?
Are we going to have rehearsal at your house or NBC?
Mary, I can hardly hear you. Get closer to the phone.
I can't. I've got one foot on the floor and one foot on the mantelpiece.
Gee, that program must have a terrific hooper. You think so, Ram? Oh, Mary, what did you ask me before?
I said, where are we having rehearsal?
Oh, rehearsal will be tomorrow at NBC.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, Jack.
Yes?
I've got the most wonderful news. My sister Babe is coming out to California to go on television.
Your sister Babe on television? Well, what is she going to do?
She's going to double for Gorgeous George.
Mary, I got to hang up. Goodbye.
Bye.
Well, I think I'll take my change belt off and go in the library. I'll read for an hour or so before I go to bed. Just look at this room. What a mess. Oh, Rochester! Rochester! Every time I want him, he takes so long to
Did
get...
you call me, Mr. Benny?
Yes, where were you?
I was in the kitchen ironing your nightgown.
Well, I hope you didn't put too much starch in it again. Last night I felt like I was sleeping in a Quonset hut. I like a nightgown to cling a little. Now, Rochester, this room is such a mess. I wish... Rochester, do you smell something burning?
Uh-oh, the iron!
My nightgown! Well, is it burned?
Boss, something tells me this Quonset hut is going to have a window in it.
Let me see that nightgown.
It'll be okay, boss. I'll put a flap on it.
See that you do. I'm going back in the library and read. I'll call you, Rochester, when I want to go to bed. Now, let me see. I'd like to read a good mystery for a change. What are these books? Kiss the blood off my hand. The crushed skull. The mutilated torso. Lilacs in the spring. Nah, that's too gruesome. Let's see. Oh, my goodness, these two books shouldn't be together. The Proper Bostonians and the Kinsey Report. Here's a mystery I haven't read. I was framed by the author of I Stand Condemned. Gee, his new book ought to be good. I'll just curl up in this easy chair and read it. Chapter 1. I was framed. My name is Bruce Fink. Oh, it's an ordinary name. It hasn't even been mentioned as a Republican candidate. I was an average man with normal habits. My only fault was, perhaps, that I spent my money a little too freely. Gee. It all started one evening last April. We had just finished dinner, and I was in the kitchen washing the dishes. My wife, Flossie, was in the parlor dancing with our boarder, silk-shirt Harry. I also had a son named Gus. Some people thought he was stupid because he was 16 years old and he had just learned to tie his shoelaces. Someday he may even learn to tie them when they're in his shoes. But I loved him. That evening, Gus was helping me with the dishes.
What's this, Papa?
That's a cup, son.
Oh, and is this a saucer?
No, that's a knife. Saucer knife. Saucer knife. Saucer knife. Have you got that, son?
Son?
Yes, you're my son and I'm your father. This is a cup and this is a knife. The one with the point is the knife. The one with the handle is the cup. And the one with the hole is your head. Now, do you understand?
Yes, son.
No. No, look, you're the son. You see, I'm your father. But don't try to learn too much at one time.
All right, I'll go to bed now.
Good night, my boy.
Good night, Papa. Oh, Papa.
Yes, son?
Papa, when are you going to tell me about the birds and the bees?
Don't worry about the birds and the bees. First learn about the cups and the saucers. They enjoy life, too. Good night, Gus.
Good night, Papa.
Gus called me Papa. And I was glad that I made the right decision. 2 days before, I almost traded him for a Cocker Spaniel. I put away the dishes and started toward the parlor to join my wife, Flossie, and our boarder, Silk Shirt Harry.
Ah, swing it, Flossie, you little dove, you.
I'm way ahead of you, Harry.
Hey, honey, let's try that dip again.
Oh, you sure got a mean run.
That's nothing, baby. You ought to catch me on linoleum.
Oh, Harry, hold me closer. I love to smell that bay rum.
I know, baby. That's why I drink it straight.
Mind if I cut in, sweetheart?
Are you finished with the dishes already?
Oh, yes. They're all washed and put away.
Look, Fink. Flossie and I are busy. Here's a dime. Why don't you run down to the store?
What do you want me to get?
Lost.
I walked out of the house smiling at Flossie's little joke. Then I was horrified to see our son Gus lying on the front lawn with a broken leg. I know what had happened. When he went up to his room, he stepped out on the balcony. If I told him once, I told him 1,000 times. We haven't got a balcony. As I bent over him, Gus opened his eyes and said,
What happened, son?
No, you're the son. I'm your father.
Oh.
Tell me, are you hurt?
Yes, I think I broke my saucer.
That's your leg. As I walked down the street toward the corner store, I couldn't help thinking how lucky I was. I had a wonderful wife, a son with a broken saucer, and a boarder who had his own show and went off the air for the summer. What man could ask for more? Although I had never cared for riches, I did wish that I could afford to buy my wife, Flossie, the little extra things she never had before, like toothpaste, a toothbrush, or even teeth. I continued walking down the street when suddenly a voice called to me from the darkened doorway of the First National Bank.
Hey, you.
Who, me?
Yeah, you. Come here. You want to make $50?
Without even thinking, I said no, which proves I wasn't thinking. So I thought it over and said, Did you say $50?
Yeah. All you gotta do is stand out here in front of the bank, and if you see a cop, just whistle.
Whistle?
Yeah. Whistle something like Melancholy Baby or Ballerina, any popular number.
If you don't mind, I'd like to whistle Stardust. I'm a friend of Hugo Carmichael.
Whistle Ballerina. And when you see a cop coming, whistle loud so me and my friend can hear you.
They weren't fooling me. I knew they were song pluggers. I stood in front of the bank thinking of the $50 I was going to make. To me, that was a fortune. The nearest I ever came to being rich was when I almost guessed the name of the walking man. I was so sure it was Frank Remley. He fell off his stool for the summer. I stood there lost in thought, when suddenly from inside of the bank, I heard... The bank now had an open-toed vault. The next thing I knew, I was in a speeding car, seated between two men and 3 sacks of money. Then suddenly it dawned upon me. This was a holdup. The rest of that ride was like a nightmare. Then the two men began to talk.
Hey, Clyde. How much did you promise this Fink?
They knew my name. I looked at the men, then I looked at their guns. I noticed the guns were identical. So I asked them why they both carried .32 caliber automatics. And they said...
They're first again with hold-up men.
I knew what they meant, but I missed the music. I leered back at them and said, "You fellas can't get away with this. I'm going to the police."
You can't go to the police, buddy. You're in this as deep as we are.
I knew that the two men were right. I was trapped. Through no fault of my own, I, Bruce Criminal, was now a Fink. Bruce Fink was now a criminal. As I rode along with the 3 sacks of money, the car stopped at a corner. The men picked up 2 more sacks. One was Saks Fifth Avenue. The car was now so crowded I had to sit in the back with the escalator. Finally, they threw me out of the car. By the time I got home, it was morning. A dreary morning. I looked up at the sky. Suddenly, the sun broke through the O in Honest John. Through the window, I could see silk-shirt Harry holding my wife Flossie in his arms. Their lips were pressed together. I dreaded going into the house. I'd been gone all night, and I couldn't tell them where I'd been. I didn't want Flossie to think that I was in love with another woman. I racked my brain, but I couldn't think of an excuse. So I decided to go in and brazen it out. As I opened the door, they were still kissing. As they saw me, their lips parted. Hello, Harry. Hello, Flossie.
Are you back already?
I know how you must have worried about me, darling, but I couldn't help it. I bumped into an old friend and we got to talking. And you know how time always...
Kiss me again, Harry.
Okay, baby. It was as simple as that. No questions, no jealous reproaches. Flossie trusted me implicitly. I think Harry did, too. I was heartsick as I went upstairs and threw myself on Gus's bed and knocked my pivot tooth out. If I told him once, I told him 1,000 times. He hasn't got a bed. The next couple of weeks were like a horrible dream. I didn't know what the future had in store for me. I continued with my household duties. One day, as I was pushing bugs out of the screen with a toothpick, my son Gus was sitting nearby doing his homework. He looked up at me and said,
"Oh, fathead."
"That's Father. At least you're getting closer. What is it, son?"
"This pencil won't write."
"That's a knife. Look, son, that's a knife, this is a cup, and this is a saucer. Do you understand?"
"Yes, son."
No. I'm your father. Now, how are you getting along with your spelling?"
"Fine. I can count up to 10 now."
"Good work. Now, listen, my boy. I'm going to take you into my confidence. Some men were robbing a bank, and they promised me $50 to whistle if I saw a cop."
"A what?"
"A cop."
"That's a saucer."
sitting in a pool of blood. I couldn't stand him anymore. As I walked into the kitchen, the phone rang. A shiver went down my back. Then it went up my back. Then it went down my back. The escalator was under my coat. The phone rang again. Hello?
Hello, Fink. We're pulling another job tonight, and we want you to whistle for us. And you better be there if you know what's good for you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I'll be there. I thought of running away. I thought of leaving town. I thought of Jane Russell. I don't know why I thought of her, but it was fun. But when the burglars called, I knew I'd be there. This meant I'd have to leave the house again. But I didn't know how to break the news to my wife. I hoped she wouldn't take it too hard. I opened the door and walked into the parlor where I found Flossie and Harry looking at our picture album.
Look at this one, Harry. This is a picture of me and my husband, Bruce, the night we first met.
Yeah. Hey, who's the other guy in the picture?
That's Ralph Edwards. He introduced me to Bruce as part of my consequence.
Flossie, dear, I have to go out again tonight, and I may not be home until late.
And look, Harry, here's a picture we took on our honeymoon. This is Bruce in his bathing suit.
Holy mackerel, what a physique. He looks like something that was pushed through a screen with a toothpick.
Oh, I don't blame you for being furious, Flossie. But you'll have to trust me. And remember, no matter what happens, I want you to know that I love you. Well, I gotta go now. Goodbye, Harry. Goodbye, Flossie.
How about a kiss?
Not wanting to interrupt them, I tiptoed out of the room. Once again, I walked out into the night to keep a rendezvous with destiny. That night, while I whistled, they robbed the Second National Bank. The next night, they robbed the Third National Bank. The night after that, the Fourth National. And the following night, the Sixth National. Everyone was expecting it to be the Fifth. Oh, they were shrewd, all right. And then... it happened. The crooks decided I outlived my usefulness. They took me to a lonely road to bump me off. And I stood there helpless. They came at me with their guns drawn. I tried to get away, but it was no use. I was cornered, trapped. I screamed for help. Ah! Suddenly, from out of nowhere, police cars appeared. Dozens of cops jumped out. I thought I was saved, but no, they thought I was one of the crooks, and they started firing. I was hit in the arm, in the leg. I sank to my knees when suddenly... The last page of this book is missing. Wait, quite a few pages are gone. Oh, Rochester! Rochester!
Did you call me, boss?
Yeah, what happened to this book? There were about a dozen pages torn out of it.
You did that last week when you had your dinner party.
What?
If I told you once, I told you 1,000 times. Buy paper napkins.
Well, if you got the flap on my nightgown, I think I'll go to bed. Good night, Rochester.
Gee, it feels good to get in bed. I'm really tired tonight.
Oh, darn it, there's the buzzer. No, now, who can that be at this hour, I wonder? Yes?
Mr. Benny, if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times.
What is it?
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight the entire Jack Benny troupe is leaving for personal appearances in Detroit and Cleveland, opening Thursday at the Fox Theater in Detroit. As we look in on the Benny household, Jack is packing for the trip.
Rochester, did you put in my shaving cream, brush, and talcum powder?
Yes, sir.
My razor?
Uh-huh. I put in everything but your razor blades. How many do you want to take?
Better take 2. I'll be gone 12 weeks. 2 will be enough, I think.
Boss, how many shaves do you get out of one razor blade anyway?
About 75.
75 shaves out of one blade? How do you do it?
It's a little secret of mine, Rochester. For the first 50 shaves, I don't take the paper off. I ought to take along something light and cool for my stage appearances.
Shall I pack your gray garbardine?
No. I'll take my white linen suit, and I'll wear a blue tie. That sounds like a nice combination. White and blue. Huh?
Uh-huh. Then if you wear your red toupee, you'll look like Old Glory.
No, I'm saving that for the 4th of July. Now, let's see.
You know, boss, I'm awfully excited about going to Detroit. I'm getting a new car.
A new car? Gee, I wish I could afford one. How much is it going to cost you?
$2,100.
21? Rochester, where'd you get that kind of money?
Well, it's like this. I've been with you 11 years, and by skimping, I've saved half my salary every week. And then last week it happened.
You finally got enough?
Yeah, my uncle died and left me $2,000.
Well, you see, Roger, I told you when you started, stick with me. You'll be well off, you know.
Pauline, have you packed all my stockings and nightgowns?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Now put this eyebrow pencil in my cosmetic case.
Oh, I already packed your eyebrow pencil.
I know, but I better take 2. Mr. Benny always forgets his.
Say, Miss Livingston, do you mind if I ask you a personal question?
No, what is it, Pauline?
Is there anything between you and Mr. Denny? I mean, has he ever gotten romantic with you?
Well, once, a couple of years ago, he drove me up to Mulholland Drive one night, parked the car, looked at me, then said, "Mary, I'm going to take you in my arms and crush you to a pulp." Then he put his arms around me and squeezed and squeezed.
Gee, what happened?
He broke 2 of his ribs. Since then, he's never gotten romantic.
Well, Mr. Benny ought to start thinking of getting married real soon. He's 39 and he's not getting any younger.
The way he counts, he's not getting any older either. Now, hurry, Pauline. I have much time.
Oh, gee, Miss Livingston, I sure envy you, making this wonderful trip and being on the same train with Phil Harris.
Oh, you really have a crush on Phil, haven't you, Pauline?
Oh, yes, Miss Livingston. Every time I see Mr. Harris, I wish I was only 2 inches tall.
Only 2 inches tall? Why?
I'd like to take off my shoes and run barefoot through his hair.
Oh, Pauline. But you know, Pauline, he has got nice hair. I first noticed it when I saw a picture of him and Alice Faye in a magazine ad.
Phil and Alice? What kind of an ad was it?
Oh, you've seen them. Under the picture it says, "Which one of these twins has the Tony?" I wonder where Phil is. I've been trying to get him on the phone all day.
Hey, gosh, Frankie, just think in a couple of hours we'll be on that Super Chief bound for Detroit.
Yeah. Gee, Curly, I can hardly wait. 2 more scotch and waters, bartender.
Hey, Frankie, what time is it?
4 o'clock.
What time we come in this joint?
3 o'clock.
That ain't so bad. We only been here 13 hours. Set him up again, bartender.
Yeah.
Hey, Frankie, I think I ought to call up Alice and tell her where I am.
Why, Curly?
Well, I don't want her to think I'm wasting my time in a pool room.
I'll call her later.
Okay.
You know, Curly, I've been thinking and thinking for weeks and weeks. And I just realized something.
What?
You and me are a couple of bums.
Well, we ain't so bad. Another round, bartender.
Yeah. You know, I'm not too happy about this trip, Curly. I'll probably be lonesome in Detroit. You'll probably spend all your time with Benny.
Nah. You can't have no fun. You can't have no fun running around with Jackson. His idea of a big time is standing on the street corner trying to whistle at dames.
Trying to whistle?
Yeah, it takes him a half an hour to pucker up those wrinkled old lips.
No kidding.
Yeah, and by the time he does get them puckered, he's too pooped to blow. Two scotches and water, bartender.
Two for me, too.
Yeah. Hey, Frankie, look, it's getting late. We ought to get to that station. I'll go out and call a cab.
No, let's have another drink and float down.
We ain't got no time. Hey, bartender, how much do I owe you?
$475.
Okay, charge it to my account.
$475. You know, Curly, that's kind of expensive.
Yeah, but look at the money we save on food. Come on, we're supposed to pick up Dennis Dale on the way to the station. Let's get out of here.
Well, let's see. I packed all the new things that I bought in the store today. 2 shirts, 2 ties, 2 pair of socks, 2 handkerchiefs, and 36 pair of shorts. Gee, that guy in the underwear department was a good salesman. I don't mind buying all this underwear, but I wish I'd gone to the men's department. Well, I'm all ready now. Oh, Mother! Mother!
Your mother isn't here, son.
Who are you?
Your father.
Oh, where's Mother?
She's not home, son. She'll see you down on the train.
Oh, is she going to Detroit?
No, only to Albuquerque. Then a new engineer takes over.
Albuquerque?
Yes.
Well, I better tell her if an Indian tries to sell her any jewelry to look under the blanket, it might be Mr. Benny.
Yes, I'll tell her. Well, son, I'll kind of miss you when you're gone. And I'll feel kind of funny letting you go on the road alone.
Oh, you needn't worry, Dad. I'm with Mr. Benny most of the time.
Mr. Benny, what do you do?
Well, we stand on street corners and he winks and I whistle.
What?
And if a girl stops, he faints and I run. Well, I'm ready to go now, Dad. I'll wait on the porch for Phil Harris.
Oh, son, before you go out, you know that song I like so much, May I Never Love Again?
Yes?
Would you sing it for me?
Okay, son.
No, you're the son. I'm your father. I'll go ahead and sing.
Well, Mary, here we are at the Union Station. How much is it, driver?
That'll be $1.95.
$1.95? Here's $2. Keep the change.
Thank you very much.
You're quite welcome.
Mr. Benny, do you mind if I say something?
No. Go right ahead.
You're tighter than the ice cube tray in a $12 refrigerator.
What? Come on, Mary, let's go on the station.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Yeah, I told the gang to meet us over by the information desk.
Say, Jack, there's Dennis over there weighing himself.
Oh, yes. Dennis, what are you jumping out of that machine for?
I put a penny in, but no peanuts came out.
Hey, that's a weighing machine. It's a scale. When you put a penny in, a little card comes out. There it is down there.
Oh, yeah. Gee, look, I weigh 155 pounds.
And Dennis, on the other side is your fortune.
My fortune? Let me see. Gee, now they tell me.
What does it say?
No peanuts.
For heaven's sake, look, kid, you better take care of your baggage and I'll see you on the train. Come on, Mary.
Jack, I think I'll go over and buy some magazines.
Okay, in the meantime, I'll go over and validate the tickets.
Attention, please. All passengers going to Anaheim, take sandwiches as there is no diner. All passengers going to Azusa, take soft drinks as there is no club car. All passengers going to Cucamonga, take the bus as there is no train.
I don't know what magazine to buy.
Hiya, Levy, you one-way ticket to dreamland.
Oh, hello, Phil. What are you
A
buying?
mystery magazine. Here's one that looks good. Who's Gordon?
That's House and Garden.
Oh.
There's a magazine I want, the one with Robert Taylor's picture on it.
Robert Taylor's picture?
Yes.
You mean Spangler Arlington Brew?
No, Phil, I don't mean Spangler Arlington Brew. I mean Robert Taylor.
What do you see in Bob Taylor anyway?
Well, what does Alice see in you?
Livy, if I stood here telling you, we'd both miss the train.
Well, that does it. See you later, Phil.
Okay, Liv.
Attention, please. The station master just received a complaint about our service. So from now on, all the weighing machines will give peanuts.
Now, let's see. Where's that ticket window? Oh, yes, there it is, right over there.
Your attention, please. We have an announcement from the Lost and Found Department. Will the owners of these pets please claim them? We have a dog, a horse, a woodpecker, and a pig.
That's all, folks.
Well, I'm glad Rochester's taking care of my parrot.
Attention, please. Attention. Leaving on track 3, the southbound special for New Orleans, Memphis, Mobile, Birmingham, and Doo-Wah-Diddy.
Now, let's see. This must be the ticket window right here. Oh, Mister. Mister.
Yes.
Are you the agent?
Well, how do you think I got all these tickets? Speeding down Wilshire Boulevard?
Look, I got a ticket to New York, but I want to arrange for stopovers at Detroit and Cleveland.
Detroit and Cleveland? What a coincidence. My parents were in Detroit when I was born in Cleveland.
Wait, how could your parents be in Detroit when you were born in Cleveland?
We had a stork with a lousy bomb sight.
What?
Aren't you glad you asked?
Now, listen. Look, all I want you to do is validate my ticket.
Pardon me a moment. I'm in a hurry. Do you all mind if I go ahead of you?
No. Go right ahead.
What can I do for you, sir?
Well, I'd like some information about Doo-Wah-Diddy.
Yes, sir. What would you like to know?
Well, is old Bob still there with all the news?
Yes, he is.
Does he still wear that box-back coat and the button shoes?
He certainly does. And not only that, he's all caught up with his union dues.
Hey, look, mister.
Anything else you'd like to know?
Yeah. Do they still have those baked ribs and candied yams and those sugar-cured Virginia hams?
Ooh, do they? And basements full of those berry jams.
No.
You keep out of it.
Pardon me.
And now, what else would you like to know?
Well, before I get to Doo-Wah-Diddy for those backbones and butter beans, does the train stop so I can sip that absinthe in New Orleans?
You can bet your layer cakey it does.
Well, that's all I wanted to know. Give me a ticket to Pismo Beach.
Here you are, sir.
To him yet, he's got to be nice already.
What are you mumbling about?
Look, mister, all I want you to do is validate my ticket.
Very well. Pullman, P, upper U. Here's your reservation. P-U.
Look, I got a good notion to report you to the company.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't. They don't know I'm working here.
I thought so. Now, give me those tickets.
Attention, please. The Santa Fe Super Chief now leaving on track 9. Aboard.
Jack, hurry up.
Coming, Mary, coming.
Attention, Jack Benny. Attention.
Huh?
You left your briefcase at the taxi stand.
Oh, my goodness.
One of the drivers is bringing it to you.
Yeah, I never even missed it. Oh, here comes the taxi driver now. Oh, Buddy, here I am, right over here. Oh, gee, thanks a lot, Buddy, for bringing me my briefcase. I certainly...
Wait a minute. I know you.
Huh?
I drove you down to the station last time.
You did? Well, give me my briefcase. I've got it.
You're not going away again, are you?
Jack, the train.
Look, Buddy,
Why do people have to go away? I can't stand saying goodbye.
Buddy, my briefcase, please.
If I give it to you, you'll go. I can't go through that again. You went away once before.
Look, it wasn't me. You must be thinking of somebody else.
No, it was you, all right. How could I ever forget those big blue eyes?
I know. Now, look, Bud, let go of my briefcase or I'll miss my train.
All right, here. Take it.
I'm coming, Mary. I'm coming.
Why do I have to be a taxi driver? Always see people go away.
Attention, please. On track 7, the chief now arriving from Chicago.
Arriving? Oh, goody. People are coming back.
Next Sunday, we'll be broadcasting from Detroit, Michigan, where we open our personal appearance tour at the Fox Theater on this coming Thursday, featuring Phil Harris, Rochester, and that Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer glamour star, Marilyn Maxwell. Good night, folks.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we're broadcasting from Detroit, Michigan, the automobile capital of the world. But yesterday they raised the prices of new automobiles, so today we bring you the walking man, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, you're right. I haven't got a new car, but it's not that I haven't tried. You see, there's still an awful shortage.
Oh, that's right, Jack. It's almost impossible to get a new car.
You're not kidding, Don. This morning I saw Kaiser and Fraser. They were both riding bicycles. And that hyphen between their name was on roller skates. But, gee, I'd give anything to pick up a new car here.
Well, Jack, I'm quite sure I can help you get one.
How?
Well, I don't like to brag, but I carry quite a bit of weight in this town.
Well, I wish you... Don, would you mind repeating that?
I said, I carry quite a bit of weight in this town.
Don, you carry... No, I won't say it. No, we were number 1 in the Hooper last week. Why take any chances? Anyway, Don, thanks for offering to help me, but I'm not sure I'd like to get one of the latest model cars. They're so revolutionary. You know, no cranks in front or anything. Really.
And another thing, they've made so many radical changes in the designs. Have you seen the rear end of the new Cadillac?
Yes, why?
It looks like two salmon swimming upstream to spawn. Believe me.
Well, anyway, Jack, I'm glad we finally took this trip to Detroit. You know, I've needed a new car for 3 years, and I'm going to get it now.
Well, Don, if you needed a car so badly, why didn't you get it back in Hollywood? I mean, why did you have to come to Detroit?
For a fitting.
Oh, yes, Don. Yes, I forgot. You do need a new car. Your old one is a little tight around the luggage compartment. Maybe you can let out the fenders, you see. And, oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack, Don. Hello, everybody.
Well, Mary, how do you like it here? Huh?
Oh, wonderful, Jack. Simply wonderful. To me, Detroit is one of the greatest cities in America.
Well, you really do like it here, huh, Mary?
Yes, Don, I love Detroit. First city of Michigan. First in automobile production and fourth in the American League.
Gee, Mary, I didn't know you were interested in baseball.
Well, I am. And, Jack, the other day I went out to Briggs Field, and I've got some bad news for you.
What is it?
Greenberg isn't on third anymore.
I must tell my writers. They think Ty Cobb is still out in left field there.
Mary, have you seen many other things here in town?
Oh, yes, Don. One of the places I visited was the Ford factory. You know, Ford sponsors Fred Allen.
Yeah, I can't understand it. A progressive company like Ford going back to the Model T. And why should he be on the air for Ford anyway? With that receding forehead, he looks like a Studebaker.
Jack, why don't you stop picking on Fred and admit that he's a very good comedian?
Oh, he is. He's a very good comedian. Yeah, but I don't think that Fred should be on the air for an automobile. Fred should be sponsored by a ball bearing company.
Why?
Because every time I hear him, my stomach turns. Now, let's stop talking about him.
Okay. Anyway, Jack, yesterday I went out to the soda plant and I met the cutest engineer. I went out with him last night.
At the soda plant? Did you have fun?
Yeah. But you know, it seems that everyone around here is always thinking and talking in terms of automobiles.
What do you mean, Mary?
Well, this fellow took me out in the park and we sat down on a bench in a dark corner. Then he looked into my eyes and said, "Honey, do you know you have the nicest, shiniest pair of headlights I've ever seen?"
No.
Yes. Then he looked at my lips and told me I had a great paint job.
What technique?
And then he put his finger on my nose, pushed a little, and was awfully disappointed when my hat didn't go up.
Gee.
Then he kissed me, and it did.
Well, he kissed you. It serves you right going out with a strange man.
Oh, Jack, I was properly introduced to him. And anyway, the only reason I went out with him is because I thought he might help me get a new DeSoto. No such luck.
Well, say, Mary, maybe I can help you get a car here in Detroit.
Oh, Don, that would be wonderful. Do you think you can do anything?
Certainly. I carry quite a bit of weight in this town.
Well, Don, I'd like... Wait a minute. Would you mind repeating that?
I said I carry quite a bit of weight in this town.
Don, you carry so much... No, I won't say it. I won't say it. My landlord may be listening in. He's looking for an excuse to evict me.
Mary, I want to commend you on your good taste. You know, I had the same opportunity and... Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, everybody.
Gee, I'm glad you made it on time, kid. You know, I haven't seen you since we arrived in Detroit.
Well, that's right, Dennis. What have you been doing with yourself?
Oh, I've been spending most of my time in my hotel room.
Have you got a nice place?
Oh, it's all right. I got a room with hot and cold running.
Hot and cold running water?
I don't know. There isn't any bathroom.
Dennis, you mean you're staying in a room with no water?
Uh-huh.
Well, what do you do when you need a bath?
Keep away from people.
You take him, Don. Somehow he seems to tire me. I don't know.
Okay, tell me, Dennis, are you staying at the Book Cadillac Hotel?
Oh, no, that's too expensive for me.
Well, where are you staying?
At the Book Chevrolet.
Now cut that out! Now, instead of all that silly talk, let's have your song.
Okay.
Now, go ahead and... Oh, hold it, Dennis. Come in. Oh, Donna, we were supposed to have an interruption here, but we left the actor in Hollywood. Sing, Dennis. Go ahead. Dennis Day singing his latest RCA Victor recording, Mama McCushlin. Very good, Dennis. By the way, kid, I meant to ask you, how'd you like the train trip from Hollywood to Detroit?
Not so good. I shared a compartment with Phil Harris and I couldn't sleep a wink.
You mean Phil kept you awake?
Oh, no, I had the upper berth and it was awfully uncomfortable. I could hardly move in it. I didn't get any sleep at all and I tried everything. I even went to bed early.
Well, what time did you have the porter put your berth down?
Oh, down!
Oh, nuts!
You must have been pretty tired on the train, Dennis.
I was. I'd wake up in the morning and my eyes would be just as red as Phil's and I didn't have half the fun.
Well, kid, I hope you're getting enough sleep now that you're here in Detroit.
No, I'm in a pretty terrible hotel. I'd like to get rooms at a decent place, but they're all booked up. Could you help me get a room, Mr. Benny?
Well, I don't think so. I don't know many people here in Detroit.
Well, now, perhaps I can help you, Dennis. I carry quite a bit of weight in this town.
Gee, that would be... Would you mind saying that again?
I said, I carry quite a bit of weight in this town.
You carry so much... No, I won't say it! I won't say it! I have another show in Hollywood, and I wanted to be there when I get back.
That's the first sensible thing you've said today, kid. You know... Come on, let's,
Hey, Jack.
What?
I meant to ask you, are you getting a straight salary at the Fox Theater, or are you working on a percentage?
Well, I get a percentage on every ticket that's sold. Why?
Well, while the boys were singing, this note came to you from the manager of the theater.
What does it say?
It says, Dear Jack, you were right. The total attendance yesterday was 22,307 instead of 22,306. How you can count with that spotlight in your eyes, I'll never know.
Of course I was right. I only made one mistake since I've been here, and that wasn't my fault. There was a man sitting in the fifth row of the balcony with two heads. One of them was asleep on his own shoulder. Imagine us writing that without George, huh, fellas? You know, Mary, counting the house is one of the first things I've ever learned.
So far, folks, this show is smell, but now Harris is here and I'm jet propelled. Turn it on. Oh, what a town is Detroit.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the benefit of the few of you who haven't been blown out of your seats, this is Whispering Jack Smith. Hello, Phil.
Ah, hiya, Jackson Dennis. Hello, Livy. Lovely Livy. Oh, look at that streamlined chassis with those beautiful accessories.
Hello, Phil. I know it's silly to ask you, but have you been enjoying yourself here?
Love it, Livy, love it. You know, Detroit's a great town, and just think, this big city, all these millions of people, all these big factories, these thousands of workers, none of them would have been here today if Marconi hadn't invented the automobile.
Phil, for your information, Marconi didn't invent the auto, he invented radio.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Imagine me making a mistake like that when I know so much about inventors.
Oh, fine.
Well, if you don't believe me, go ahead. Ask me any question you want to about them inventors.
Okay, who invented the electric light?
Edison.
Pretty good. Who invented the telegraph?
Morse.
Hey, that's right. Who invented the cotton gin?
Gordon.
I knew it couldn't last.
Well, listen, Jackson, if you think that's bad, you should hear what Remley did. He's been waiting for years to come here and get a car so it would be F.O.B. Detroit.
What's wrong with that?
He thinks F.O.B. means full of bourbon. Oh, Harris, you're just like the new Oldsmobile. Beautiful but shiftless.
Well, you can save those jokes for our stage show. If the people don't like them there, you know, they can walk out. Here, we got them trapped.
Hey, wait a minute. That reminds me. Look, Jackson, I got a squawk about my billing coming at that theater.
Why, what's the matter, Phil?
Plenty's the matter. I took pictures of the marquee and my name ain't even on it. Now, here, look.
Let's see. Fox Theater now showing Jack Benny and... Oh, for heaven's sake, Phil. Look, here it is, right on the second line. Philharris. Phil Harris.
Oh, is that what that spells?
Yes, and listen, while we're talking about...
Say, Mr. Benny, you want to see something funny? Huh? Put your finger on my nose and push.
What?
Put your finger on my nose and push.
Okay, there. Dennis, what happened?
Yesterday I was going through one of the automobile factories and my head got caught in the assembly line.
Oh, go sit down.
Okay.
And stop pulling your ear.
I'm turning my lights off.
Oh, be quiet. Now, Phil, getting back to our vaudeville show, I got a couple of complaints to make, too.
Such as what?
Such as when you do that love scene with Marilyn Maxwell. When you kiss her, why do you have to kiss her so long?
Listen, Jackson, you ain't paying the girl nothing. Let her have some fun.
You think kissing you is fun, huh?
Certainly you don't think I hung on to Alice with just my lousy music.
No. Well, look, Phil, let's not discuss your love life. I'm talking about our vaudeville show. Another thing, I don't like the way you deliver some of your jokes. You're pressing too hard.
Okay. I'll watch it, Jackson. You know more about that than I do.
And don't make such a slow exit after your number. Get off the stage fast. It'll help your applause, you see?
Okay, I will. You know more about those things than I do.
And another thing, I think your tempo is much too fast when you sing, "That's What I Like About the..."
Now, hold it, Dad. Hold it.
Huh?
I don't mind you telling me how to deliver jokes.
Look, Phil.
And I don't mind you telling me how to make an exit.
Phil.
But telling me how to sing "That's What I Like About the South" is like Henry Ulrich telling Dr. Kinsey about the birds and bees.
Phil, I didn't mean to offend you.
Anyway, Jack's right, Phil. I don't think your band sounds good.
Well, I know it don't, but it ain't my fault, Liv. That theater has an awful piano. We'd sound a lot better if it had a good one.
Well, I'm sorry, Phil. I can't help you there.
Well, maybe Don can help me. Hey, Donzie, can you help me? You carry quite a bit of weight in this town.
Yes, Hey, wait a minute, Phil. Would you mind repeating that?
I said you carry quite a bit of weight in this town.
I sure do, Phil, especially around my suburbs. Oh, Wilson, you may take up half the stage, but you're worth it.
Yeah. Well, Don, you finally got your little fat joke in, didn't you? Are you happy now? Huh? Oh, there's the phone. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. What'd you call for?
Well, I've got some bad news for you.
What is it?
I'm at the hotel and one of your trunks is missing. There are only two here.
Oh, my goodness. Which one of the trunks was lost? The one with the strap around her or the one with the rope?
The one with the scotch tape.
Well, what have you done about it?
Well, I called your insurance company and the adjuster is here now. I'm giving him a list of the things that were lost. First, your blonde toupee with the cowlick.
My blonde toupee? Well, I've got two like that. Which one do you mean?
The one that makes you look like an aging Van Johnson.
Oh, gee, that was my Saturday night one.
I know, boss. And, I'm charging them $30 for it.
Well, wait a minute, Rochester. That toupee only cost me $3.
That's what the bait cost, but look at the time you spent trapping it.
Well, I consider that a sport. Now, what else was lost, Rochester?
One electric iron, soap, starch, bluing, and laundry tickets.
Gee, that's too bad.
Well, boss, I'm kind of glad we lost all that laundry stuff, especially now that we're traveling and have no washing machine.
Why?
I get awful tired sitting in a bathtub full of clothes and kicking my feet.
Well, that's good exercise, Rochester. Wait a minute. I hope we didn't lose the trunk that had my violin in it.
That was it, boss. And the man is allowing you $12 for that.
$12? Rochester, the violin bow alone is worth $12. The horsehair in it came from Whirlaway.
I told him that.
What did he say?
He said he wouldn't give you $12 for that bow if Whirlaway was still attached to it, Eddie Arcaro was riding it, and it was 5 lengths ahead in the Kentucky Derby.
Well, what did he say about my violin?
Oh, he wasn't original at all.
Well, I'll take that up with the insurance adjuster myself, and I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Would it be all right if I took the night off? I'm kind of anxious to go over to Canada.
Well, I guess it'll be all right, Rochester. It is a pleasant drive across the Ambassador Bridge.
Oh, I'm not going across the bridge. I'm going through the tunnel.
Tunnel? Is there a tunnel under the Detroit River?
Yeah, during Prohibition, Phil Harris dug it with his bare hands.
Oh, yes, I remember he bit his way through the last 2 miles of it. Goodbye, Rochester.
Goodbye.
anybody like Rochester. Every time I leave town, he loses something. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank everybody for being so nice to us here in Detroit, and we'll be at the Fox Theater till Wednesday.
So come in and let Jack count you.
Yeah. And we hope to see all our friends in Cleveland when we open at the Palace Theater Friday. And next Sunday, we'll be broadcasting from the Carter Hotel in Cleveland, Ohio. Now, let's see. What else?
Oh, Jack, a note just came from your room clerk at the hotel where you're staying.
The room clerk? What does it say?
It says, Dear Mr. Benny, I took the matter up with the manager, and he says the price of your room cannot be reduced, as no one asked you to launder the bed linen yourself. However, we're curious to find out why every piece of your linen has Rochester's footprints on it.
See, I told Rochester he was kicking too hard. In Cleveland, I'll make him wear socks. Good night, folks.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Benny and his gang are appearing this week at the Palace Theater here in Cleveland. Right now, Jack is in his dressing room, and Rochester is helping him make up for the next stage show. Let's look in on it.
Rochester, how long do you... Ouch! How long do you think it'll... Ouch! Be before... Ouch! Ouch!
Boss, hold still or you'll knock the tweezers out of my hand.
All right, but try to go... Ouch!
It's your own fault, boss. If you'd buy a razor blade, I wouldn't have to pluck out your whiskers.
I can't get this close a shave with a razor.
Okay, I'm through now.
Good. I have to go on stage again in a half hour. Gee, I'm glad business is so good. It was swell in Detroit, too. What was the total receipt for the box office in Detroit, Roger?
We took in $93,267.43 in a Hoover button.
A Hoover button? Who put that in?
Hoover.
Hoover?
Yeah, he ain't worked in 16 years.
Now, Rochester, I'd like
Oh,
to...
say, boss, you better give me a little more petty cash. I had to pay the cleaners $3.50.
Oh, I didn't even know my stuff came back from the cleaners. Where is it?
Well, I folded your slacks and put them in the trunk. Mm-hmm. I brushed your coat and put it in the closet. And I parted your hair and put it in the drawer.
Oh, was that my hair? I've been throwing it breadcrumbs all morning.
Now, hold still, boss, while I finish making you up. I gotta put a little more mascara on the eyes. There.
Thank you, Rochester. You know, during our last show yesterday, when the spotlight was shining on me, I heard a woman in the second row turn to her friend and say, "Oh, Mildred, don't his eyes look like twilight on the blue waters of Lake Erie?"
Well, I don't blame her, boss. Your eyes are really beautiful.
I know.
It's a shame. It's a shame you have to blink and close them every once in a while.
Yeah, especially here in Cleveland. There's so many people who paid to see him, you know. Anyway, you better finish the... Come in. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Rochester.
Hello, Miss Livingston.
Jack, I brought you some coffee and sandwiches.
Thanks, Mary. What are you laughing at?
Well, you'll find it out soon enough, so I may as well tell you. You know that big life-size picture of you out in front of the theater?
Yeah.
Well, some kid with a crayon drew a mustache, whiskers, and long curls on it.
Low.
Yeah. You look like a Cocker Spaniel with padded shoulders.
Oh, that's terrible. A thing like that can hurt business, you know. And they're on a percentage, too.
Oh, calm down, Jack. You weren't mad in Detroit when someone touched up your picture in front of the Fox Theater.
Well, that was different.
I'll say it was. They painted a fan in each hand and you broke the box office record.
Yeah, that picture even fooled me twice. I bought tickets myself.
By the way, boys, I've been meaning to ask you, do you want me to go out and buy you a pair of those elevator shoes?
What for?
Well, when you do your love scenes on the stage with Miss Marilyn Maxwell, she's taller than you are.
Oh, well, that doesn't bother me.
Well, it should. I caught the show from out front, and you certainly couldn't improve that love scene you do with Marilyn.
What do you mean?
Well, when you kiss her, you're supposed to put your arms around her and tenderly draw her up close to you.
Huh?
You're not supposed to grab her by the earlobes and pull yourself up.
Earlobes. Why don't you stop making things up?
I'm finished with your face, boss. Here's a mirror so you can see how you look.
Well, say, you did a wonderful job, Rochester. Gee, there isn't even a trace of a wrinkle. What'd you use, a new wrinkle cream?
No, putty.
Putty? Mary, what's so funny?
Before a man can make up your face, he has to join the Plasters Union.
Look, Mary, I'm nervous enough as it is without you coming in here and all... Oh, my goodness, everything happens at once. There's the door and there's the phone in the other room.
I'll get the phone.
I'll answer the door.
How do you do? My name is Mink. I'm the manager of this theater.
Oh, won't you come in, Mr. Mink?
Thank you.
You know, you look very familiar. Seems that I know you.
Well, you should. I used to be in vaudeville, too. You and I were on the same bill together in Sandusky.
Say, that's right. In
1928. I'll never forget it. You were celebrating your 39th birthday.
No. I wasn't 39 years old. You see, I threw that party to celebrate what a sensation I was that week. We took in $39. $39? Yeah.
Oh,
That's all right. That's a...
With good luck, we may have a party here.
Yeah, with good luck, you'll be here on time. Rochester. Anyway, Mr. Mink, I do remember you as... I do remember you as a vaudeville actor. How come you gave it up?
Well, I just played it smart. I saw my act was falling apart. I was getting old. I was washed up, so I quit and became a theater manager.
Gee, I wonder if... No.
What is it, Mr. Benny?
Well, I thought maybe if you spoke to someone of the theater owners, you could... No, why should I do anything for Fred Allen? Anyway, thanks for dropping in, Mr. Mink.
You're quite welcome. It was nice seeing you again.
Oh, by the way, when I'm working on the stage, I wish you'd turn the microphone up a little higher. People can't hear me beyond the third row.
Oh. Well, as soon as we get people beyond the third row, I will.
Thank you.
Oh, Jack.
What?
Jack, I'm glad I answered the phone. It was my sister Babe calling from Plainfield.
Oh, your sister Babe, huh?
Yes, and she has wonderful news. She thinks she's engaged.
Babe thinks she's engaged? I mean, doesn't she know?
Well, she's not sure. Her boyfriend got down on one knee, but just as he started to speak, the battery in her hearing aid went dead.
Oh, what a shame. Is there any other news from home?
Yes, they told me that she was...
Oh, see who's at the door, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
More excitement in here.
Is Mr. Benny in Rochester?
Yeah, come right in. Oh, boss, it's Miss Maxwell.
Hello, Marilyn. Come on in. Sit down.
Well, thank you. Hello, Mary. Hello, Marilyn. Look, Jack, I don't like disturbing you in your dressing room, but I had something I wanted to talk to you about.
Oh, that's quite all right. What?
Marilyn, how come you're wearing your hair down like that? To cover my earlobes. They're 6 inches long now.
Well, they were certainly pretty when we started. But, Marilyn, I do want to thank you for your cooperation during this tour. You're really lending a touch of beauty to our vaudeville engagements.
Well, thank you, Jack. Jack's right, Marilyn. I caught the first show at the Palace, and you certainly look beautiful in that black gown. Oh, you mean that strapless one? Yes, it's really gorgeous.
That's right, Marilyn. And all week long I've been meaning to ask you something about that strapless gown. What keeps it up?
The Cleveland Censor.
Oh. That's pretty good. must have brought your own writer with you, I think. Now, Mary, what number are you going to sing in the next show?
Hooray for Love.
Oh, that's a new one.
Yes, yes.
Yes, Mary. Would you like to hear it?
I certainly would.
Well, all right, here goes.
Oh, just a minute, Marilyn. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes, who are you?
I'm a hard carrier. I brought you some more makeup.
Oh, good. Just dump it in the corner. Go ahead, Marilyn. Let's have your song. Well, that's a wonderful song, Marilyn. Wonderful. I'm sure the audience will like it.
Well, thanks, Jack. By the way, I haven't seen Dennis around all week. Where is he?
Dennis Day? Well, Dennis isn't here. You see, when we went to the railroad station in Detroit, he got mixed up and took the wrong train.
Well, where is he now?
Well, if the Republicans can't decide on anybody, he may be our next president. Anyway, we'll probably... Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, girls.
Hello, Phil. Hello, Phil.
Well, 2 new looks with 1 old schnook.
Phil, don't be so smart.
Hey, Jackson, this dressing room you've got here is wonderful. Mine ain't got nothing in it.
Well, Phil, if there's anything you need, just take it out of here.
Okay. I'll take this.
Put that down. That's rubbing alcohol. No, there's no telling what that'll do to your stomach.
Well, let's find out.
Phil.
It's too late. The bottle's empty.
Well, to each his own. Imagine anybody.
Hey, now look, Jackson.
Phil, turn around. Your breath is scorching my suit.
You know, Jack, I think Phil ought to watch himself a little bit, especially here in Cleveland. After all, Cleveland is Bob Hope's hometown.
Mary's right, Phil. You know, the people in Cleveland think so much of Bob Hope that I'm surprised we even got in here.
No kidding, Jackson. Do they really think that much of Hope here?
You know those white lines that run down the middle of the street?
Yeah?
Pepsodent. They put it on with a toothbrush yet.
Look, Jackson. This might be Bob Hope's hometown, but I heard you played here long before Hope even thought of being a comedian.
I didn't know that, Jack. When did you play here before?
Oh, I don't remember. It was a long time ago.
Phil, how long ago was it?
I don't know, but when Jack was here, the Cleveland Indians were scalping people, and the Carter Hotel was a wigwam.
Okay, Wanga. Okay. Gee. Hey, look. Look what time it is. Say, Marilyn, you better get ready for the next show.
All right, Jack. Say, Marilyn, I noticed during the first show you wore those lovely long false eyelashes, but during the second show you didn't have them on.
Well, Jack told me he was the star and made me give them to him.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Jack, come here a minute.
Okay.
Bend your head down.
Like this?
Yes. Here, Marilyn. Thanks. Come on, let's go to your dressing room.
Oh, well, I didn't look good in them anyway. Say, Rochester, how's the house out there for the next show? Is it packed?
Yeah, very good, boss. Very good.
That's fine. You know, Rochester, I'm doing everything to try and set a new box office record.
I know, boss, but didn't you go a little too far when you made the ushers buy tickets?
Well, if the orchestra boys aren't complaining, why should they? By the way, how are we doing on the popcorn?
Not so good since you substituted chicken fat for butter.
Yeah, I never thought they'd notice it. Well, Rochester, I'm kind of hungry. Open those sandwiches, and will you please get me a glass of milk?
Yes, sir.
Phil, what do you have?
Bicarbonate of soda.
Bicarbonate of soda?
Yeah, something happened to my stomach when you mentioned milk.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Phil. Forgive me.
Look, I'm going in the other room and lie down for a minute.
Okay, Phil, but take off your shoes if you're going to. I don't... Now, who can that be? Come in.
Pardon me for disturbing you, Mr. Benny, but may I have your autograph?
Certainly. Who shall I make it out to?
Bob Feller.
Bob Feller! Well, Bob Feller, it's certainly a pleasure having you drop in to see me.
Well, Jack, when I saw your name in front of the theater, I just couldn't walk right on by like everybody else.
Oh, you mean you bought a ticket and saw my stage show?
I sure did, Jack. I thought you saw me. When you took a bow, you knocked a bag of popcorn out of my hand with your eyelashes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, let me wipe the chicken fat off your sleeve. Well, Bob, you're still with the Cleveland Indians, aren't you?
Yes, this is my 12th season, Jack.
And you're a pitcher, isn't that right?
That's what it says in my book.
Well, yeah. You wrote a book, didn't you? How to Become a Picture. I read it.
Maybe I should.
No. Not after that game today. Oh, that's pretty good. You must have brought your own writer, too.
Hey, Jackson, how do you expect anybody to get any sleep around here?
Oh, Phil, come on in. I want you to meet Bob Feller, pitcher for the Cleveland Indians.
Oh, hiya, Bob.
Hiya, Phil. Say, Phil, you're a pitcher, too, aren't you?
Me a pitcher? No, I'm a musician. Didn't you see me leading the band?
Oh, is that what you were doing?
Certainly.
Gee, I wish I could do that.
Why?
With a wind-up like that, there'd be no one that could hold me.
You're not kidding. And say, Bob, I meant to tell you, I like that nice stadium you have here in Cleveland. Have you seen it, Phil?
Yeah, it's a wonderful ballpark, right on the edge of Lake Erie. I saw a game the other day, and... Hey, wait a minute. I just thought of something. The other day when you were playing Boston, you only had 8 men.
Oh, no, we had 9.
No, I counted everyone on the diamond, and there were only 8.
Oh, you could only see 8. When Ted Williams is up, we put the left fielder in a canoe.
That'll teach you to ask questions. Why is it every time we...
Oh, Jack, Marilyn and I would like to know...
Oh, come in, girls. I want you to meet Bob Feller. Bob, I want you to meet Bob. Bob, why are you staring at the girls like that?
Well, if I had half the curves they've got, I could have beaten Boston.
Very good, Bob. Very good. Bob, this is Mary Livingston, and this is Marilyn Maxwell.
Hello, Bob.
Hello, say, Mary.
Yes, Bob?
I feel as though I know you because I met your mother about 2 years ago.
My mother? Really?
Yeah, she pitched against me in Plainfield.
That's funny. I thought she was in the National League.
You're both wrong. Her arm went bad. She's wrestling now.
All right. Well, Bob, we'll be going on stage in a few minutes. Why don't you wait until after the next show and we'll all go out to dinner?
I'd love to, Jack. Do you mind if I call my wife?
Not at all.
Which reminds me, Jack, you ought to know my wife. She comes from Waukegan.
She does? I didn't know you married a girl from Waukegan.
Oh, sure. Her name was Miss Windsor.
Winther. Oh, I not only know her, I used to take her out, Marcella Winther.
No, that's her mother. My wife's name is Virginia.
Let me see, her mother. But it can't be. I remember carrying her books to school. She had long blonde curls.
Yes, with a little freckle on the right cheek.
Yes.
Well, that was her father.
Now, cut that out. Say, Bob, I'd like to ask you a question. Isn't there some guy from radio and movies, some fella that's part owner of the Cleveland Indians?
Yes, there is.
Well, you know, I own the Waukegan Bloomer girls, and I was just wondering... Well, look who's there!
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob, back in his hometown of Cleveland to watch the Indians play Hope. Telling you all, if you use Pepsodent like the baseball players do, you will be keeping Bob, feller. He did it today.
At least say hello to me or
please,
something.
Please. Well, here I am. I saw both games today. What a team here. You know, they don't have big league baseball in Hollywood, and I'll tell you why. It's tough sliding into second base with a bare midriff.
Wow, this happens to be my
Nothing
program.
for the tailor, please.
Well, it's a cinch we'll be cut off the air today.
Oh, but it's great being home again. All my relatives met me at the station yesterday, and I was really touched. I have a lot of relatives here in Ohio. I have one brother doing fine in Canton, another doing 5 at Columbus.
Bob, will you wait a minute?
Please. Who is this, a house detective? Please.
Hey, you might as well quit. You're not getting paid for this, you know.
Don't ruin our finished gag, will you, please? Wait a minute! But my relatives met me yesterday morning with a big brass band. That is, I thought it was a big brass band. It turned out to be a lot of spittoons going to the Republican convention. At was different when I lived here years ago. This time the cops drove me from the station. Of course, the city has changed quite a bit. I can remember a lot of little things about this town. I can't seem to get them on the phone, though.
I might as well go home.
Come on. What is that? Something left over from the Eagles convention? What is that? I went out to my old grammar school yesterday, Fairmont Junior High, and there was the same old desk, the same old inkwell, same old shaving kit. I want to tell you, it was thrilling. What memories that brought back. I'll never forget second grade where I met my first girl. She was 7, I was 18. And I was so proud. On my desk they have a plaque. It says, Bob Hope slept here. And today I went back and saw the house where I used to live. Boy, what a tough neighborhood. It was so tough the freight trains used to tiptoe past. But it was wonderful. I'll never forget when I left home to go on the road, Father said I would go a long way. In fact, he nailed the door of the boxcar. He did. Yes, he did. Father said I'd go a long way. In fact, he nailed the door of the boxcar.
I know, we heard it. We know the joke. We know the joke.
That's where you could have come in, you know.
Now, what are you doing here? I want to know, what are you doing here?
I'm getting laughs. What are you doing here?
And hey, Bob, here's one of your boys, Bob Feller.
One of our boys. That's an annuity, Jack, this boy. Hello, Bob.
Hello, Bob. 2 Bobs. That'll get you a warm beer in England. Thanks for letting me have that one joke.
I have a line you gave me, which is no good. It says it didn't get you anything here, which you got a lot of.
Well, look, Hope, let me ask you something. What are you really doing here in Cleveland?
Well, I came here to watch out for my interests. I found out you were playing here, and this is my hometown, you know.
Well, what about it?
Well, how much money have you taken in at the Palace Theater already?
Well, so far, about $34,000.
Give me half or I'll sue you. I don't muscle into Waukegan, you know.
What do you tell? I'm playing this whole circuit. Last week in Detroit, I took in $93,267.43.
And a Hoover button.
How do you know?
I ain't spending any Dewey buttons to see you.
You know, Bob, you're cheaper than Fred Allen, and he's almost as cheap as I am.
And Crosby's cheaper than all of us.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our last broadcast of this season. We've had 39 strenuous weeks of radio, and on the shoulders of the star of our show fell the task of carrying this burden. So, without further ado, we bring you a very tiresome comedian.
That's tired.
Jack Benny!
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don, you're right. This has been a very grueling season. Work, nothing but work. I tell you, Don, I'm so tired right now I can hardly keep my big blue eyes open. I'm really all in.
Well, Jack, I know it's been a tough season, but I can't understand why you should be that tired. After all, you're only 39.
Well, look, Don, it's hard for a man of your age to realize how tired you can get. How old are you?
38.
Well, just wait 15 years till you're 39. You'll be tired, too. Of course, the burden you're carrying is not on your shoulders. How you got a pair of pants to fit your burden is beyond me.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Jack. I wish you'd stop joking about my being fat. It's embarrassing. People on the street point at me. Why, taxi drivers won't even stop for me.
Yeah, I can't understand that, Don. New York taxi drivers are known for their courtesy and politeness. I take the fellow who drove me from the station to my hotel. When I got out, he was so shy he wouldn't even ask me for the fare. He just grabbed me by the ankles, turned me upside down, and shook me. Can you imagine that?
Oh, my goodness, Jack. What did you say?
Nothing. I had my money in my mouth.
Anyway, I will say this cab driver is very efficient. He picked me up at the station, drove straight to the Sherry Netherlands Hotel.
Oh, do you live there?
No, he does. You know, these cab drivers... Well, look who's here. Hello, Mary.
Hi, Jack. Hello, everybody.
Well, Mary, here we are finishing another season. Another 39 weeks that you've worked for me. How do you feel?
Hungry.
What do you mean, hungry?
On what you pay me, I can't even open a window with the automat.
All right. You and your jokes, automat. I saw you at the store club last night.
I was selling cigarettes.
Selling cigarettes. How'd you do?
Not bad. I was first again with tobacco men.
Hey, that's pretty good. You know, we can use that routine at the Palladium Theater in London. Just think, Mary, pretty soon we'll be on the high seas on our way to England.
I know, and Jack, before we go, you ought to have all your clothes cleaned. That chip going on is kind of big. You won't be able to lean over the side and do your laundry.
I'm glad you didn't stop too long there. I'll find a way. Well, Mary, I tried to reach you yesterday. Where were you?
I was visiting my sister Babe in the Polyclinic Hospital.
Gee, I didn't know Babe was sick.
She's not. She's the janitor there.
Honey, I knew she could do it. I can't understand how Mert lets her... Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Here, boy, I'll take it. Here's a tip for you.
Oh, boy, a nickel. Now I can live at the Sherry Netherlands.
Jack, who's the telegram from?
Wait till I open it, Mary. Here, Mary, you open it. I haven't had my Wheaties today.
Okay.
What does it say?
Dear Jack, understand you're going to England next Wednesday. Wish I had gone last Thursday. Signed, Joe Walcott.
Isn't that nice? He wired me as soon as he came to. That was really...
All right, Jackson, they've waited long enough, so stand aside, Dad. Let them see me. Let them see it's so pretty.
Well, Phil, here we are finishing another season. Another 39 weeks that you've worked for me. How do you feel?
Thirsty.
Oh, fine. Mary's hungry and you're thirsty.
Hey, Jackson, were you at the Lewis Walcott fight at the Yankee Stadium Friday night?
Sure, Phil. I was sitting right up front.
Did you hear the big reception I got when I came in? Everybody jumped to their feet and cheered and yelled.
Really, Phil? When'd you come in?
At 2 minutes and 56 seconds of the 11th round.
Heaven's sake, Phil, they were cheering the fight. Jersey Joe Walcott was staggering all over the place.
So was I.
What?
I hope Walcott felt better the next morning than I did.
I'm sure he did.
Say, Phil, I haven't seen you since you came in from Cleveland. Where have you been?
Oh, Dante, I had to stop off in Philadelphia to cast my vote at the Republican convention.
You, Phil, you cast your vote?
Certainly. I was chairman of the delegation from Doo-Wah Did It.
You can't give them those words.
Well, why do you keep putting them in there?
What?
Didn't you think the convention was exciting?
The convention, it sure was. Those Republicans must be pretty sure of getting into the White House. They nominated Dewey, Warren, and 4 piano movers. And you know, kids, it's quite an honor to us Californians to have our governor nominated for vice president. I'm pretty thrilled because just 2 years ago, Earl Warren was a guest on my program.
Yeah, and Jackson, that Governor Warren's really a good-looking guy, ain't he?
He sure is, Bill. He's very popular, too.
Yeah, what a guy. Handsome, beautiful smile, full of charm and personality. Well, if he could lead a band, he'd be another Phil Harris.
How do you like that?
Say, Phil,
What is it, Livy?
if Walcott's head was as big as yours, Lewis would have hit it in the first round.
Mary, I could kiss you for that.
Thanks, Jack, but I'm still hungry.
Well, I'll get you a sandwich when we get to London. No use having one here. We may have a rough voyage, you know.
Hey, Jackson, while we're over in London, I'm going to buy one of them English tweeds.
You mean a suit?
Yeah, and I ain't going to take just any old English suit in London. I'm going to pick a dilly. Oh, Harris, I'll bet Milton Berle's got that written down already.
Written down? He's got it on television right now. And not only that, as soon as we get...
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Well, Dennis, here we are finishing another season. Another 39 weeks you've been working for me. How do you feel?
At the Sherry Netherlands.
What?
Gee, I read the wrong line.
Dennis, I haven't seen you since we got to town. You been having a good time?
Boy, I'll say. Gee, I really like New York. The people here are so friendly and so trusting.
Trusting? What do you mean, kid?
Well, last night a fella stopped me on the street and he wanted to borrow $5. And when I gave it to him, he didn't even ask me my name.
For heaven's sake, Dennis, if he didn't get your name, how will you know who to return it to?
Well, he's stuck with the money. Let him worry about it.
Dennis, kid, come here a minute.
Huh?
I want to feel your head, see if it's ripe enough to pick yet.
Say, Dennis, I want to thank you for taking me to the fight Friday night. You were the only one that asked me.
Dennis, you take Mary to the fight?
Yeah. Gee, what excitement at the end of the 11th round when the police all gathered around, picked him off the floor, and carried him back to his seat.
Joe Wolcott?
No, Phil Harris.
Oh, yes, Phil.
Gee, I was so proud. He's my friend.
Dennis, everybody here in the studio is anxious to hear your song. What's it going to be?
It's a lullaby that I recorded for RCA Victor called Sleep, My Child.
Swell. Go right ahead. That was a really wonderful number, Dennis, and you sang it beautifully. And, Phil, it's the first time I've heard the orchestra sound so nice. I'll take it. It's probably Rochester. Hello?
Hello, this is the operator. I have a long-distance call for Jack Benny in New York City.
Long distance? Where's it from?
Harlem.
That's what I thought. Put him on. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Well, it's about time you called, Rochester. I haven't heard from you since we arrived in New York.
I'm sorry, boss, but Monday night when I got to Harlem, there was a big party celebrating Joe Lewis's victory.
Monday night? Wait a minute, Rochester. It wasn't until Friday night that Lewis beat Wolcott.
We're still celebrating his victory over Snelling.
But that was 10 years ago. Why are they holding the party now?
It was postponed on account of rain.
Well, Rochester, I hope it's not a wild party. What are you having to drink?
I don't know, but I'm calling from the chandelier.
That's what I thought. Now, Rochester, I hope you packed everything in my trunk that I need. You know, while I'm in London, I'm going to participate in the Olympic Games.
You are?
Yes, sir.
Well,
surprised.
Hope you win, boss. I hope you win.
You do?
Yeah, America hasn't had a tiddlywink champion in years.
Rochester, I'm not going to London just to tiddly. Look, for your information, I'm going to throw the discus.
You're going to what, the who?
I'm going to throw the discus. Throwing the discus is an ancient Roman sport that was popular during the days of Nero.
I thought you were playing the fiddle then.
Now, cut that out. And Rochester, when I leave, I hope you'll be down to the dock to see me off.
Oh, I will, boss. I will.
Goodbye, Rochester.
Goodbye.
I'm going to miss Rochester, too. But just think, kids, in a little while we'll be out on the Atlantic Ocean. Headed. Come in.
Pardon me. I was looking for the washroom, but this will do.
My friend!
Jack, I really dropped in tonight.
Wait a minute, Fred. Wait a minute. Let me look at you.
Yeah?
Gee, you're looking swell.
Yeah?
I've never seen you have such rosy-colored bags under your eyes.
Look, Jack, I dropped in...
And a pained expression on your face. You look like a hen trying to lay a basketball. I'm getting mine in first.
Well, all right, Jack.
And those wrinkles.
Yeah.
Honestly, Fred, your face looks like a convertible with the top halfway down, you know?
Now, sit down, little man. You must be tired after that Bob Hopian outburst. Ladies and gentlemen, please tune in your radios an hour from now when this nature boy of the gay 90s is a guest on my program without his writers.
Now, Fred, what...
Benny, without his writers, you can't tell Benny from Mr. Hush.
Now, wait a minute, Fred. What do
And
you...
he should talk about the way I look. Benny's hairline has receded so far, he combs his eyebrows to keep up his morale.
Fred, look.
I have seen more fuzz on a harvest moon. I'd hate to be drowning and have someone throw me a line like that.
Persimmon face. Look at it. What did you come barging in here for anyway?
Well, frankly, I didn't drop in here to see you, Jack. It's Mary I'd like to talk to. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Fred. What is it you wanted?
Well, Mary, you can do me a great favor. I came...
Hiya, Frederick. Long time no see.
Well, if it isn't Phil Harris, Hollywood's answer to, look, Ma, I'm drinking. There's Dennis Day. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Look, Fred, we're doing a program. Now, what do you want to see Mary about?
Yes, Fred, what is it?
Well, Mary, every now and then, Portland likes to take a couple of weeks off my program, and I thought a hungry girl like you might like to take her place.
Well, thanks, Fred, but I don't think I could take Portland's place.
Oh, yes, you could. Why don't you just try reading a line or two?
Wait a minute. Fred, I don't want my program sounding like yours.
I had 3 answers to that, Mr. Benny. 2 of them the censor took out, and the third one I wouldn't dare tell without an airwick on the premises.
Oh, Jack, I'll just imitate Portland for a second. It won't sound like Fred's program.
Well, go ahead, Mary.
Well, all right. Oh, Mr. Allen! Mr. Allen!
What is it, Portland?
I'm from the South, the deep South, that is. Terrible. And I'm not wrong for this one.
Dennis.
Howdy, Bob.
Now, stop it. Look, Fred, will you please let me run my own show? This is worse than last week when Bob Hope dropped in.
Not worse than last week. No.
We used up so much time, my program was cut off the air 10 seconds too soon.
Well, I thought it was cut off 30 minutes too late.
Now, listen, now.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Don't get excited. And, Fred, as much as I'd like to substitute for Portland, I couldn't. You see, Jack has me signed to exclusive contract.
Well, Mary, that's nothing to worry about. Contracts can be broken. Let me see yours.
Well, Fred, I'd rather not. I'm too modest.
What has modesty got to do with your contract?
It's tattooed on my back.
You're darn right. Anyway, Mary, you're under exclusive contract to me. If you go on Fred's program, I'm not going to take you to
Oh,
Europe.
all right, Jack, I won't.
You know, Fred, we're going to appear at the Palladium in London.
Yeah?
And then we're going to tour the continent. We're even going to Germany.
Good. That'll teach him to start wars over there.
That I'm going to ignore entirely, as I hoped the audience would.
Oh, Jack, stop arguing. Why don't you 2 kiss and make up?
Well, all right, Mary, I'm willing.
Of course you're willing. You have to kiss me. Look what I'm stuck with. Anyway, I'm leaving for England soon, so I won't have to see you for a while.
Well, I can't imagine you spending the money to go to Europe.
What are you talking about? I always spend money. Well, I even went to see the Lewis Walcott fight.
I know. I saw you coming out of that newsreel theater.
What?
You spend money. Why, the last time you opened your wallet, Washington said to Lincoln, "Pull down the shade, Abe. The light's killing me."
Listen, now, another crack like that, and I'll punch you so hard it'll straighten out your wrinkles and make your face 4 feet square.
I've seen better material than that in a $4 suit. Why, you refugee from the old
is worse than mine. Now, just read it. Go ahead. Wait till you hear this one. You think mine is a stinker? Listen to this one. Go ahead.
Why, you refugee from the old folks' home? You want the rest of it?
Yeah.
If you had enough strength to double up your fist, you'd be too tired to swing it.
There, that gives you an idea. That's what you think. You better shut up or I'll pull your lip down and hook it to your belt buckle.
Oh, brother.
Now, I'm warning you, Alan. You better get out while I still got control of my temper.
Now, careful now, Benny. You're liable to blow your top, and you paid $8 for it.
You finally...
It's about time.
Throw him out.
Don't bother, Mary. I'm leaving anyway.
Go on, beat it. I'm telling you right now, I'm not appearing on your program tonight.
Then you won't get paid.
What time's rehearsal?
8 o'clock.
I'll be there. Goodbye, Fred.
Goodbye, Jack.
Ladies and and gentlemen, on behalf of my cast, my writers, everybody associated with my program, I want to thank all of you who have been listening to us for nigh on to 16 years. We'll see you again in the fall. I want to thank Alan for lousing up my program, and I hope you'll tune into our summer replacement, a new and exciting quiz program called Let's Talk Hollywood. The show will feature George Murphy and Edith Gwynn, and
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.